Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the regular council meeting of Wednesday, December 6th, 2023. This is our last meeting of 2023. And I'd like to call this meeting to order and just read out the land acknowledgement. And I'd like to acknowledge that the town of Midland recognizes it's located on land, which is traditional and treaty territory of the Anishinaabeg people, now known as Chippewa Tri-Council, comprised of the Beausoleil First Nation, Rama First Nation, and the Georgina Island First Nations. This territory is within Pre-Confederation Treaty 5 and Treaty 16 and included within the Williams Treaties of 1923. The town of Midland recognizes that it's located on land which is the traditional territory of the Huron-Wendat and the historic homelands of the Métis, and that our town is home to a large and diverse community of Indigenous people. I'd like to also deliver the following safety message. Should the fire alarm activate, please exit the room in an orderly fashion and proceed to the evacuation assembly area, which is located in the upper parking lot. You may exit through the main entrance, double glass doors, make an immediate left and proceed out the front doors or up through the secondary exit right here behind Councillor Bald. Up the stairs, check the door for heat before opening, and if it's safe, exit onto the second floor, turn right and proceed out the doors in front of you. The washrooms are located on the second floor to the left of the seating area, and an elevator is located just outside the main entrance. As Midland has a respectful workplace policy, anyone that exhibits violent or harassing behavior will be asked to leave. And for anyone requiring a hearing assist device, please advise our clerk, and she will arrange with our IT staff to provide you with a device. Council meetings are recorded via Zoom and are posted on the town's YouTube site. The meetings are also broadcast on Rogers TV Midland Channel 53 when available. Just before we move into the moment of silent reflection, I'd just like to acknowledge that today it's December 6th, and it marks the 34th anniversary of the École Polytechnique massacre in Montreal. And it's a somber reminder of gender-based violence in our country. If you'd wish to, well, I'd like you to pay tribute to the 14 lives lost as we are united against discrimination and strive for a world free from gender-based violence, besides remembering those 14 murdered women at l'École Polytechnique who were killed solely because they were women. We also pay homage to the 58 women and 5 children that have been murdered in Ontario so far this year. I'd also ask that you join me in remembering Deputy Mayor Jack Conton, who passed away late last month. He's being remembered tonight in council chambers. And I'd like to thank Fresh by Leanne and our clerk, Sherry Edgar, for the beautiful floral arrangement and the seat tribute beside me tonight. With that, I'll ask you to observe a moment of silence. Thank you, Council, and I thank the public in attendance. Council, before we get started this evening, are there any declarations of conflict or interest? Conflict of interest in relation to this evening's agenda items? Seeing none, I have motions arising from our closed session, which we did from 4 till 5:30 today. So I've moved by Councillor Bald, seconded by Councillor East, that further to the confidential correspondence dated November 23rd, 2023, received from the Downtown Midland BIA and the related discussions during the closed meeting of council on December 6th, council herein confirms the following appointment of the following individual to the Downtown Midland BIA for a term consistent with the term of council. I'd like to congratulate Sarah Kessel for joining the board of the Downtown BIA, and I wish her all the success in the world. They're quite a small but mighty group. Congratulations, Sarah, and this is a start of a new venture for you for the next 3 years. Council, we've discussed this already in camera, hence Sarah is the successful successor. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. Next, I have a motion moved by Councillor Prose, seconded by Councillor Downer, who's doesn't appear to be online yet. So I will just, unless he's waiting in the wings. Deputy Clerk, has he joined us yet? He was and he's off again. No big deal. I'll just change this. Councillor Ball, if you wouldn't mind. The council receive as information and confirm the directions as outlined in the verbal report and update provided by the Chief Administrative Officer at this closed meeting of session held today, December 6th, with respect to the CAO update. We had all our discussion in camera. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Welcome back, Councillor Downer.
Thank you.
Next, I have a motion moved by Councillor Meredith, seconded by Councillor Bald, that council receives information and confirm the directions as outlined in the verbal report and update provided by the Executive Director, Community and Growth. I love that title. At the closed meeting session of council held December 6, 2023, with respect to the OPA appeal. We had our discussion in camera, council. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Next, moved by Councillor Ball, seconded by Councillor McDonald, that council receives information and confirm the directions as outlined in the verbal report and update provided by staff at the closed meeting session of council held December 6, 2023, with respects to the CLAC negotiations. And CLAC is an acronym for the union that represents our volunteer firefighters. We've had this discussion in camera. Council, all those in favor? Any opposed? It is carried. Next, moved by Councillor Downer, seconded by Councillor East, the council receives information and confirm the directions as outlined in the verbal report and update provided by staff at the closed meeting session of council held December 6, 2023, with respect to OPSU negotiations. We had our discussion in camera. Council, all those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. And lastly, moved by Councillor Pro, seconded by Councillor Bald, that the contents of the regular council with closed session agenda for December 6th, 2023 be approved. All those in favor? Opposed? Any? It's carried. All right, just on autopilot there. Approval. Oh, so here we are. Moved by Councillor Bald, seconded by Councillor East, that the items and related recommendations contained within December 6, 2023 consent agenda as consent items having been considered by council be adopted with the exception of one report that was pulled, item 10.4.2 CSR 2023-90 6th Street Parking Review, which will be considered under section 17 reports and other items withdrawn from the consent agenda for council's consideration, including presentations by consultants regarding the report under consideration. Council, any comments or anything else about the consent agenda before we pass it on mass? Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a note that I would like to make in regards to the minutes of our regular council meeting. And I think I've mentioned it before, but I'm mentioning it again. In number 19, general announcements, I thought we should consider including some details of what's actually announced. And the reason I'm bringing it up again is when reviewing the county council, Simcoe County Council minutes, they do put a very short description of what was discussed. And just something that hopefully we'll have the opportunity to discuss in the future.
Thank you. That's yeah, more of a procedure policy thing with the clerks. We can talk about that though with this council, and every council commits to reviewing the procedure policy and making any requisite changes that usually kick in for the new council. But nothing precludes us from doing that beforehand. Any other conversation around the consent agenda? All right, all those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. I now have a motion moved by Councillor Bald, seconded by Councillor Meredith, that council resolve into the committee of the whole. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And this is where I would normally turn it over to Deputy Mayor Ponton. But as we don't have him any longer, I will be assuming this chair for this section of the meeting until arrangements are made. And for those wondering and perhaps awkwardly, like when are we going to talk about it? There'll be a special meeting of council announced early January where we will be declaring the seat vacant formally, and a report will be forthcoming about options to fill that vacancy. So that will be coming, but tonight is not that night. So let me just forward to my part of the meeting I don't usually do. We start off with section 12, public meetings and hearings, and we in fact have one this evening. 12.1, proposed zoning bylaw amendment for 710 Bomb Beach Road, ZBA 0423 and CDT-0123, CSR 2023-91. It's a public meeting. File number, zoning bylaw amendment application number ZBA 04-23 for the address 710 Bomb Beach Road. We have some presentations attached to our our agenda this evening, and we have staff to present as well as planning. So we will kick things off with planning. And the recommendation will be that staff report CSR 2023-91 public meeting zoning bylaw amendment application number ZBA 0423 for 710 Bomb Beach Road dated December 6, 2023 be received for information. So I do have a script that we do need to read. It's prescribed under the Planning Act. So I'd like to call this public meeting to order. The public meeting is being held under the Planning Act to consider an application for a proposed amendment to the town zoning bylaw 2004-90 respecting 710 Bomb Beach Road. In accordance with the Planning Act, if a person does not make an oral submission at the public meeting, which is right now, or make written submissions before the bylaw is passed, or an approval given, you will not be entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and you may not be added as a party to a hearing on an appeal to the OLT, which is the Ontario Land Tribunal, unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. The purpose of this public meeting is to hear from residents and to seek clarity on the application. Council is not making a decision on the application or taking a position. Staff will report back in the future with a recommendation report. This is your opportunity to speak, and council encourages you to do so. I will now ask the town's planning student, Matea Schaap, to introduce the application, confirm notification, and to note any correspondence received. And welcome. This is your first presentation as our new planning student. Great to have you here.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, council and members of the public. This evening, I'm here on behalf of the Town of Midland planning staff to introduce the zoning bylaw amendment application received for lands located at 710 Bomb Beach Road, file number ZBA 0423. The general purpose of this application is to permit residential units on the upper stories of, for two of the pre-approved commercial buildings located on the property as per the zoning bylaw amendment and plan of condominium applications received in October 2023. The ownership of the residential units shall be in the form of condominium. However, this public meeting will focus solely on the zoning bylaw amendment application. Next slide, please. As per the location map located or projected above, 710 Bomb Beach Road has frontage along Bomb Beach Road East and Sundowner Road. To the right of the application, to the right of the location map, planning staff have included a snapshot of the notice sign that the applicant has put on the property. Under the Planning Act, the applicant was required to put up 2 notice signs on the site, one along Bomb Beach Road East and the other along Sundowner. This is the first application that uses the town's recently updated notice sign procedures and protocols with revisions to the signs themselves, as well as ensures that our procedures and protocols are consistent with the Planning Act. The improved notice sign includes the applicant's proposal, details regarding the application, contact information, as well as a QR code that brings you to the project's page on the town's website. Furthermore, in accordance with the Planning Act, notice was provided, and this public meeting affords the public an opportunity to provide comments or concerns to be taken into consideration by council and staff. As part of this circulation, we have received comments from Bell Canada, Enbridge Gas, and the County of Simcoe. However, their comments pertain to conditions as part of the plan of condominium application, so they will be incorporated in a recommendation report to council in the new year. For example, one of these comments brought forth was from the Simcoe County, County of Simcoe. Notice that they will not provide waste collection services as the application is for more than 6 residential units. The next slide, please. So on this next slide, the site plan includes a footprint of the 5 buildings previously approved by council for commercial uses through a site plan control application. However, in June 2023, the subject property underwent our pre-consultation process to permit the addition of a 2nd story with residential units on buildings C and D as noted in the site plan. To summarize, the subject property currently contains 3 fully built commercial buildings with just the foundations in place for the proposed mixed-use residential buildings C and D. 710 Bomb Beach Road has recently undergone Planning Act applications with approval permitting the, my apologies. So just the next slide. So to facilitate the development, the passing of the zoning bylaw amendment will allow for apartment buildings as permitted uses, permanently permit a childcare center as a permitted use, and finally, the application requests relief from several provisions that relate to parking and loading spaces. As a note, 17 Bomb Beach Road has an associated minor variance that currently permits childcare centers as a permitted use. However, minor variances can expire, so the proposed amendment will make this permitted use permanent. So as mentioned, this application is being considered concurrently with plan of condominium application. However, the plan of condominium application does not require a public meeting, and therefore a recommendation report will be provided for council at a future date. For clarity, council is being asked to consider any public comments tonight on the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. Following tonight's public meeting, planning staff will consider all comments and any questions from council and bring forth the staff report in the new year for council's consideration. This includes my introduction. It is my understanding that the applicant's consultant is here tonight to present, giving more details regarding the development. I pass it back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to extend an invitation now to Michaela Abatcola, if I haven't killed your surname, agent on behalf of the applicant, to make a presentation and provide additional information. Michaela,
Perfect.
please.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. Good evening, Mayor Gordon, members of council, committee, and the public. My name is Michaela Batacola, a registered professional planner and senior planner with WSP, who's been retained by Colon Developments Corporation, who's the owner of the site at 710 Bomb Beach Road. I'm here today just to provide a brief presentation on the zoning bylaw amendment application before committee today. Ms. Schaap did a great job of providing an overview of the application and proposed development, so I should be quite brief. If we can flip to the next slide. So as Ms. Schaap identified, the site fronts onto Bomb Beach Road East along the northeast corner of Bomb Beach and Sundowner Road. The site's located in Midland's built up area. And it's currently, this aerial is sort of taken while the site was under construction, but it currently contains 3 commercial buildings, which you could sort of see on the callouts from that aerial image. And the site's surrounded by woodlands, which again, it's sort of unclear, but you could sort of see from the site visit photos, just the woodlands to the west and south of the site there. And then some commercial and residential properties to the east and south as well. If you could flip to the next slide. So this slide sort of just provides an overview of the existing and proposed development. So currently the site contains a 2-story office building, a 2-story office and medical mixed building, and a 1-story childcare center. In 2019, we had a minor variance approved to permit the child care center on the site. The proposed development primarily, and the zoning bylaw amendment, primarily relates to the request for 2 residential floors above building C and D, which are currently just site plan approved for a single-story commercial use. So building C, which is on the west side of the site plan, is proposed to have, the first floor will have 11 commercial units, and the second and third story will have 32 residential units split between 1 and 2 bedroom condominium units. And building D, which is just to the north of the site, again, will have the first floor dedicated to commercial uses, have about 10 commercial units in that space. And then the second and third story will have 36 residential units, again, mixed with 1 and 2 bedroom units. As well as in the proposed development, we're proposing an amenity area just north of building D that will contain landscaped open space and seating area for the future residents, as well as a change to the site plan compared to the 2019 approved site plan is that we're adding 43 parking spaces. These were primarily accommodated just north of building D as well. So the site will in total accommodate 395 parking spaces. The parking will comply with the residential zoning bylaw standards, providing about 77 parking spaces dedicated to the residential owners, and then the remaining 318 spaces will be shared between residential visitors as well as the non-residential uses on the site. And I'll sort of go through it in a couple slides, but essentially the zoning bylaw amendment will be an amendment to reduce the non-residential parking requirements on the site and to allow for visitors and non-residential uses to share parking. As identified in the planning presentation, we did apply for a draft plan of condominium application. This is to address both the existing commercial tenants as well as in the proposed residential units for buildings C and D. A standard plan of condominium has been applied for. And lastly, in the future, we'll be applying for an amendment to the existing site plan application that was approved back in 2019, just to reflect those additional residential uses and then changes to the parking, landscaping, and servicing on the site. So if we could flip to the next slide. So this slide and the next just sort of have some renderings of the proposed development. So of course, 3 of the commercial buildings are built out, and then the foundations actually for building C and D have been laid. So the bottom 2 images provide you just a visual of what those additional 2 stories on top of the commercial will look like to accommodate the residential units. And then just the top right image, you could sort of see, I guess, almost in the bottom left corner, that will be the proposed amenity area. And those top 2 images just sort of give you a perspective, an aerial, if you will, of the build out of the site. If we can flip to the next slide. So again, just some more rendering, different perspectives of the site. The top right image probably gives you the best perspective of the amenity area we're proposing, which will have an open lawn space as well as terraced seating area that will have some barbecues for residents, a pergola, shade structure, and some seating. So we could flip to the next slide. So here it just outlines the current official plan designations for the site. So within the County of Simcoe official plan, the site's designated settlements, and it's within Midland's built up boundary. And then within the Town of Midland's official plan, the site's designated both mixed use corridor, which permits the commercial and low to mid-rise residential uses. And it's also designated natural heritage, which doesn't permit those uses. So the current natural heritage designation on the site doesn't obviously reflect the existing commercial development that's there today. So as such, a refinement to the official plan is required to remove the natural heritage designation and redesignate the entire site mixed use corridor. The refinement's technical in nature. It's just to, of course, reflect the existing commercial development on site since there's no woodlands there. It was confirmed by staff and supported by some supporting studies that were completed back in the day for the 2019 site plan application. And it'll essentially proceed by way through a housekeeping amendment that will be completed at the time of the next official plan update. And it won't require an official plan amendment per policy 4.5.3.4C of the official plan. And as highlighted in staff's report, as per policy 4.5.3I of the official plan, the site would just utilize the adjacent land use designation being mixed use corridor, which of course permits the existing and proposed uses. If we could flip to the next slide. So this slide just highlights the proposed zoning bylaw amendment that's before committee today. So the site is zoned highway commercial, which doesn't permit residential uses. We're proposing to rezone the site to site-specific highway corridor exception zone. And the site-specific amendments would reflect both the existing and proposed built form for the property. So just on this slide highlights those site-specific amendments. So the first one being to update the apartment building definition to permit apartment buildings in mixed-use contexts. The second one is to permit an apartment building use on building C and D. The third is to permit a child care center instead of relying on that minor variance application. The fourth one, as I mentioned, the request is to reduce the required minimum non-residential parking spaces to 290 non-residential spaces, where the bylaw requires 334 non-residential spaces. We're putting in a request for 290, which is about a difference of 44 parking spaces. And we've sort of built in a buffer to that number. So the site plan actually shows 293 parking spaces, but in our amendment request, we're asking for 290 non-residential parking spaces. The fifth amendment is to allow shared parking between the non-residential uses and the residential visitor parking spaces. And the rationale behind that is because the site accommodates a variety of land uses. Each of those land uses have different parking demands depending on the time of day. So for example, the childcare center may be more busy at the beginning of the day, early evening, whereas residential visitors are likely busier later in the night. So it's just to sort of accommodate that, those different parking demands and sort of just to optimize the parking across the site. And the last amendment, the last one is just to reduce the required minimum number of loading spaces from 4, which is required, to 3. And that's just to simply reflect the existing approved site plan that had approved the plan with 3 spaces. So just to conclude this slide, it's my professional opinion that the application conforms with the county and local policies. It represents an optimization of land within the existing built up area while providing apartment units, which will help support the town in providing a range and mix of housing units, types, and densities. Yeah, so if we can move to the last slide here. So this just sort of summarizes next steps. So of course, if we've received any comments back from today's meeting, we'll revise our application accordingly. And we anticipate a future recommendation report to council in Q1 of next year. The draft plan of condominium application is under review with town staff. And also we're hoping that will go to council early next year following the zoning application. And lastly is the site plan application. So once we wrap up with the zoning bylaw amendment application, we would be applying for an amendment to the existing site plan application, again, to reflect the addition of those residential uses and some of those detailed design changes to the parking, landscaping, and servicing on the site. So I think that brings us to the last slide, which is just a thank you. Thank you for listening. I'm happy to take any questions committee has today or receive any comments. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to open up. This is the public meeting, so we'll go to the public first to see, is there anybody in attendance this evening that would like to speak to or make any comment about this application? All right, no problem. Once again, any members of the public, I need to call it 3 times if I recall, that would like to speak to this application of the public meeting? Anyone out in the hall? Looks pretty dark out there. One last time, any members of the public that would like to speak to this planning application, this is your chance. Speak now or forever hold your peace. All right, well, I'd like to thank the public, I guess, for not coming and speaking to this. It makes it much easier for Coland and the applicant. And it is quite a creative, pivot in their design plans. Council, do you have any questions about this application or the implications? Councillor Meredith.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. Just a comment. Just it's nice to see that you kind of switched pace a little bit and went for more residential on top of your commercial, which is nice to see because of the demand for residential units. The question pertaining to those residential units, are they going to be rental units or are they going to be condos for sale?
Currently, they're planned to be condos, which is where the draft plan of condominium application comes in.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. Just in regards to the ratio of the number of units and the parking spaces, I'd hate to see a battle for parking spaces in a nice brand new building. So can you rationalize that once more? I can't recall there was 30-some one-bedroom and in each, can you put that in perspective for me, please?
Yeah, of course. Sorry, apologies through you, Mayor Gordon. So the residential units will individually have their dedicated parking spots through the condominium plan. And then, so that will meet the zoning bylaw amendment requirement, which is 1.5 parking spaces per unit, of which 25% should be dedicated to visitors. The amendment sort of, so there's enough parking supply for both the residential units and the visitor units on site, where the residential spaces will be demarked, but the visitors and non-residential uses will sort of have that shared component.
Thank you.
Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment on how thoughtfully planned out the mixed use parking is. I think having something like a childcare center that does require a lot of spots during the day, that's a lot of land that you're using, and then it's not used on holidays, it's not used on weekends, it's not used at night. So having that ability to have visitors park in that and utilize those spaces, I think is really smart, and I appreciate that. And I look forward to seeing more developments like this, because I think that they are the way to go with our town right now. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much for your presentation. I do echo council's sentiments on this. It is creative. It's solving a need. It's good for the developer, good for the community, and I do look forward to seeing the report come to council and eventually us moving through to site plan.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon.
This can also act as inspiration for other people whose lands are seized with natural heritage designation, that there is a path, a sane, reasonable, attainable path to have that designation removed where appropriate in our community. And we are working through that one application at a time. So hopefully that gives some people solace that it's coming. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I now have a motion moved by Councillor East, seconded by Councillor Prost. But staff report CSR 2023-91, public meeting zoning bylaw amendment application for ZBA 0423 for 710 Bomb Beach Road dated December 6, 2023 be received for information. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. Up next, we have no presentations. We have no integrity commissioner report recommendations. And we move on to our deputations and petitions. And this evening we have two deputations. The first one is the Georgian Bay General Hospital update, where we have CEO Matt Lawson presiding, as well as links on the public agenda. So I'd like to invite CEO Lawson to appear. And he's physically in the flesh and chambers. So I'll get you to turn the mic on, and you have 10 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Appreciate you making time for this. And I'm going to be brief on some of this and highlight not only where we are, but also where we're going, and leave time for some questions if members have questions. Earlier this year, GBGH completed a new strategic plan, and it is identified in front of you with our purpose statement. What makes our organization special is that our commitment to excellent care is also personal. And I think that many members of our community, many members of our staff at GBGH feel this every day. And when you come into those doors, no matter the situation, the expectation is that you're provided a personal touch. And our staff do that on many days with our community as their needs are ever growing. Within our strategic plan, we talk a lot about our pillars of continual excellence, trust and belonging, a dedicated team, and sustainable growth. I'm not going to go into them today. You can learn all about this on our website, and I'm happy to have an offline conversation with any members about what this means. If we want to go to the next slide, please. These are our statistics for actually 22-23 ending March 31st. Every number that you see here, 40,000 inpatient days, 40,000 ED visits a year. I can tell you from the recent experience, at the end of September, every single one of these numbers is up by at least 5% year over year. the growth in our communities that we support, the complication in the needs for care at GBGH are quite significant. Today, I was on a tour with a donor, and we identified that we've had 14% increase in lab testing alone at GBGH, just because of the complexity of patients. This continues to be a pressure on our organization, on our physical plant, and our team. So we've done, I would say, a tremendous job, but our hospital is growing at a rate far in excess of the provincial average, and is something that we're very mindful of in terms of trying to respond to the community needs. Next slide, please. I would like to thank council for their contributions through the County of Simcoe Hospital Alliance. This is one of the ways that local municipalities have been able to support GBGH and all local hospitals that residents seek care at. It has allowed us to replace our CT scanner, our X-ray rooms, as well as allow for extensive renovations in our medical device reprocessing space, which allows us to do more surgeries here. This county funding is critical as hospitals receive no provincial funds for capital equipment. So it is all on local share in order to be able to replace any equipment. So this comes through municipal contributions such as this, private donors, as well as a number of other sources. But the hospitals are not funded for capital equipment, and it certainly puts significant demand on the financial resources of the organization. Next slide, please. I won't go through all of these. Some of our recent successes, we have added a number of programs to respond to our community needs. One of these is an ERCP procedure where I could put the 34 letters in front of you, but neither you nor I would know what it means. But it is a very complicated surgery that often is performed in tertiary care centers in the GTA, RVH in Barrie. And it really allows surgeons to get right into the gallbladder of a patient and resect things. Given our community demographics, this is actually something that is extremely high need. We're anticipating being able to do 100 surgeries of this a year at GBGH, which far exceeds what many other organizations of our size would need. And that is really based on our demographics here locally and some of the gallbladder disease that we have. We've also added a number of other programs allowing for us to care for individuals at home through our GBGH at Home program, where we have one provider kind of consolidate all their services around patients at home. If we go to the next slide, a big focus for GBGH in the recent years has been a focus on growing our surgical program. Last year, our program reached upwards of 60% larger than the year before in different services. At the same time, since COVID, we've actually seen a 25% increase in the demand from residents of North Simcoe, so Midland, Penetanguishene, Tiny, and Tay. So as we're ramping up, we are seeing public demand grow significantly for services. Previously, roughly 61% of local residents who GBGH is capable of caring for, based on our surgical complement, were receiving care at GBGH. We've increased that to 69% and would like to get that much higher to mean that patients don't have to travel to Newmarket, Toronto, Barrie, or Orillia for care when we are completely capable of doing that care and have fantastic surgeons here. But that represents roughly 2,200 residents across North Simcoe every year who are having to travel, and we're working actively to reduce that through some investments we're making in our surgical program, as we really do want people to stay close to home and be in their community hospital and be able to get home sooner rather than later. Next slide, please. Just like many things, the capital process for hospitals is quite complex and requires many levels of approval. The Ministry of Health has simplified their approach and now has 3 stages with 9 phases. This means that many projects are in different stages across the spectrum, and that approvals are announced multiple times publicly. And I'm going to walk through some of our projects and where we're at, so that council and public are aware of our progress to date and where we're going. So next slide, please. In the immediate future, this is what an addition for an MRI will look like at GBGH. This is a 2,500 square foot addition onto the front of the building facing the parking lot. We evaluated multiple opportunities to redesign space inside. Because of the age of our building and the infrastructure within it, it was actually more cost effective to add an addition to the hospital. This is some of the most complex construction you can do in a hospital. That MRI suite is a giant magnet. The entire room is lined in copper and requires multiple zoning and access requirements to ensure safety, as it is quite complex. The MRI itself has special electrical, heating, and cooling requirements that require full independence from many aspects of the building to ensure that it is kept cool and operating. We are going through the process right now and pre-qualifying construction vendors with the hope that there will be a shovel in the ground before the snow melts in the spring and our first patient in early 2025. This project is quite extensive. And again, this is fully funded by our local community. The Ministry of Health is providing the operating dollars once we get up and going. But this is something we're really looking forward to bringing here, as roughly 4,000 residents a year wait for MRI services. Next slide, please. In the 3 to 5 year time span, if you look at our property, where we are, and you travel just a little bit past the main entrance off Highway 93, there's a proposed 50,000 square foot addition. This has been endorsed by Ontario Health, one of the arms of the Ministry of Health, and will include a 24-bed acute mental health inpatient unit, as well as a comprehensive outpatient program and partial day hospital program. This program is in stage 1.3, which means the design is functionally completed, and we are looking forward to moving to the next stage, which is full architectural drawings, which happens at stage 2.1. This is something we anticipate being active within the next 3 to 5 years, but also plays a really critical role in the long-term site plan for GBGH. As at the bottom of the picture, you will see a dotted line and a red box that is actually a 2-story walkway from the existing hospital, right behind the ambulance bay, to this mental health building to provide it some segregation and space. On the top of the map, you'll actually see a second corridor that would be built later as a connection to the future hospital that will be proposed on the land just to the west of our existing site. So if we go to the next slide, that is what you see here, a combination of the two sites, and we put 2030X because this is unknown in terms of timeline, and these processes take years. This process and plan has been quite complex. It is all based on current population aging and growth trends, but you will see in our community a hospital that will double in size in order to respond to the healthcare needs of our community. We will have 70,000 emergency department visits here, 400 births, satellite chemotherapy program, and a number of other complex services available to our community. I do want to commend staff. They've been exceptionally supportive of GBGH in this. We have had an initial environmental impact assessment completed or study done, as well as work with planning bodies, and the staff at the town have been exceptionally supportive in working with us and helping make sure that we stay on the straight and narrow. We could just go to the next slide, please. And this is the land that we're speaking of. So in late 2019, our foundation acquired that land, 22 acres. That is currently designated natural heritage. So I was pleased to hear the mayor's comments this evening. We have completed a preliminary environmental impact study that has been reviewed with Severn Sound Environmental Association, and we'll be working with planning staff on bringing a full proposal to council in the near future, as I think this is a really positive thing, not only for the town of Midland, but also the broader communities. This new development, we're talking about upwards of 700 jobs, significant services for our community, and certainly a reduction in the amount of travel that individuals living here would have to do, I believe. Next slide, please. So yeah, the 800 additional jobs mental health program alone is 150 in the short term, and then the full new hospital is 500 on top of that. This is significant. GBGH is currently just under 800 staff, as well as 100, 200 physicians. So this is a huge growth in the next 12 to 17 years within our organization and within our community. Next slide, please. So what we're doing and here tonight and a few other councils between November and January, and really what we'll be looking for coming up once we've done visits to other councils is just seeking a letter of support for us continuing to move forward with this new hospital, recognizing it'll be well into the future, but making sure that we know that this is coming. I don't want anyone in the public or any elected official to be surprised about our focus here and just your support in continuing to grow and evolve GBGH. If you have stories, please redirect them to ourselves and our foundation. We would love to hear them and help. And overall, I think this is a really positive thing for our community. And I will end there in the event that there are questions from council.
Thank you very much. Council, I'll kick it off. On one of your slides, seemed to be a distinction between staff and professional staff. I was
Mhm.
wondering if you could elaborate on that.
Yeah, so within the Public Hospitals Act, employees are employees. So these are your nurses, occupational therapists, and a number of other individuals. Physicians are deemed professional staff. They are not employees. They are independent contractors. They are granted privilege at the hospital. It is a quite complex process dating back to the 50s and 60s of when that act was established. So they are independent from the organization and they report out through the chief of staff, who is my counterpart.
Thank you. And another one was in the design plans for, version 2.0 of GBGH. Are there any thoughts about integrating staff housing to help with physician recruitment or housing foreign, credentialed people that come over? Because that's going to be a challenge for us with that many people in our community, even though we're growing like as fast as we can.
It is something that we're very acutely aware of. I was aware of the previous presentation through the previous members' support of GBGH and what they're trying to do, and excited about that because I think there's a great staffing opportunity there for staff housing for us. We're actively looking at ways best to establish staff housing. We recently launched a housing for healthcare website to connect individuals. It is a pressure point. I can speak openly that we've had staff members who have expressed interest in wanting to join GBGH who have been unable to find housing, and that has resulted in them actually choosing to relocate elsewhere. Less of a challenge with our professional staff, but more of a challenge with employees and some of the really hard to recruit positions. But it is something we're acutely aware of. And I think there's opportunities within that 45-acre site for how do we approach it a little bit differently and be creative. And we're certainly open to how best to do that and want to be flexible with that.
Thanks. And last, if I could, I know you're not here to ask for money, nor do
No.
you, because there's another arm of your organization that does that. But in our meetings that we've had with the other
Mhm.
mayors and the municipalities, perhaps it would be helpful if you shared with council what the capital needs are, that missing 30%, I think it is, of the funding
Yeah.
for the new build. And some of the proposals we've been discussing as possible ways to levy or to raise that significant capital to help, be successful in building this new hospital.
I will look to, yeah, the rate ranges between roughly about 30% of a capital redevelopment cost is funded locally, both through municipal contributions and private donors raised through our foundation. Some organizations have leveraged debt as well, but that is looked very poorly upon. With an organization our size, the similar comparison would be the recent Muskoka announcement. Muskoka Hospital had to raise $225 million in local share, and they've committed 75. I think almost all of that has been raised. A large portion of it was municipal. I think over 100 million was municipal contributions through the district in some of the towns. Those are the types of numbers we would be looking at here locally. When you look at the cost of construction and the time that we're looking at building, right now the estimates our cost consultants have given us is the cost of constructing that hospital increases by roughly 20 million every year. So even thinking 10 years down the road, 200 million just in inflationary cost is a realistic estimate for just the inflationary cost, not only the preliminary cost. So this project is massive and will have a significant hundreds of millions of dollars requirement for local share.
Right. And so we've been discussing how the 5 sort of funding partners, as it were, that feed into this hospital, which is a portion of Georgian Bay Township.
Yeah.
Because they struggle. Now they have to do three,
Yep.
right? And of course, Tiny Tay, Midland, and Penetang somehow need to dice that large, staggeringly large number, divide it up in 5 chunks, and we need to start squirreling away tens of millions of dollars, just specifically to fill this bag of money so that, you know, we stand a chance of getting this new hospital when we're competing against Aurelia, Collingwood,
Yes.
you know, up north, the RVH numerous expansions, which includes doubling its footprint, and the new South Campus. Like, it's absolutely amazing. I mean, I love sitting there and learning from you at these meetings, but it also just, I feel my skin crawling. I don't know where that money is going to come from our local ratepayers, and that's what I struggle with. And I really it's important for
Yeah.
council to hear this now.
And I want to recognize you, Mayor Gordon, and the idea of collectively approaching this as a group of municipalities, I think, is an amazing approach. The county of Simcoe has done a great job, and I think that's the best way to approach this, as it is a large amount of money, and that's why we're talking about it today. This hospital will not be in reality in 2020 anything, so we want to make sure that we're working on that in a sizable or in a timely way, but also recognizing that it will take years for our community to raise the funds necessary to bring this to reality. And these are not wants. I often remind people, this is purely based on aging and growth of our communities and what will be required to meet today's level of care. This includes the wait times people experience today, et cetera. And that is not what anyone wants. We want to reduce those. So quite a significant burden and something we're well aware of.
Thank you. At the risk of monopolizing the mic here, the one last note is that the X-ray services that were being provided at the medical center right next to you, I'm led to believe are no longer happening. And so people are now being sent to GBGH to have these X-rays done, which could account for, you know, a surge in operations. That's something would need to ask them, but are you, clearly you're aware of this change and is anything to add about it? How you're planning to mitigate?
We, diagnostic imaging, X-ray, ultrasound is actually something the hospitals get compensated for, same as private organizations. So those are things that require us to staff up and do things differently, and we've seen that growth for sure. But it is not something that is a cost driver on the rest of the organization as it becomes somewhat cost neutral. We have had to ramp up staffing to respond to that need and ramp up services. We've had to renovate ultrasound spaces, et cetera, to make it work. And we continue to see that pressure on the organization, and it's something we're well aware of. We're very thankful for our 2 new X-ray rooms because they are running consistently.
Thank you. I'll release the mic to any of my peers who may have questions about your presentation or the hospital. Councilor Meredith.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. The funding that I know there's a lot of community funding that goes in and donations. Some in recent meetings in councils from our partners around us, they claim that the county of Simcoe is responsible for funding the hospital, and just want you to speak to that a little bit. And then also, is there a federal and a provincial price tag on that they would help offset some of the costs?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I'll start with the easiest part of that question. There is no federal funding associated with anything associated with our organization. Provincial funding, they fund 90% of the capital cost to build new space. So the mental health wing, for example, they will fund 90% of bricks and mortar. We have to fund 10% and then all of the equipment that goes in it. So they give you a shell. The County of Simcoe, through the Hospital Alliance, does provide resources to GBGH. The allocation over a 15-year time span was $3 million. We spent $5 million last year in replacing capital equipment, roughly.
Big numbers. Very sobering. Councilor Ball.
I just had a quick question about the mental health wing.
Mhm.
Is Waypoint being consulted with shared resources for that, shared equipment, any sort of shared funding that could be done to alleviate some of that? I know there's a lot of partnerships
Yeah.
between the hospital and Waypoint now with patient transfers, et cetera. So that would be something I would hope will be looked at.
Yeah, so the great thing about the hospitals in Simcoe, Muskoka is we work quite well together, exceptionally well together when you talk to other parts of this province. The mental health system in Simcoe, Muskoka actually works collectively. So the first bed available is where the patient would go. So whether that patient was in Collingwood, Muskoka, Aurelia, or Midland, the first bed available within the group of hospitals would provide care. What we know about the program that we are working through is that roughly 40% of the individuals that present to GBGH for mental health concerns also have an acute medical illness, which means they're unable to be treated at Waypoint. This would target that population. We know the rate of mental health admissions and lengths of stay within our community actually is about 3 to 4 times that rate of Toronto. Significant demand for our services, and anything is done in conjunction as a partnership. They're certainly aware of our proposal, and I think there's a great opportunity. They provide those transports today. What I can tell you is that as a region, at the beginning of November, we had 5 individuals who waited 100 hours in a safe room for access to a mental health bed. That safe room would be slightly larger than the area in front of me, white walls and an exam table. There is not enough capacity within the region currently, and that's why Ontario Health has endorsed our proposal to grow this, but we would work in conjunction to make sure it was safe for everyone, and that's the way that hospitals are expected to work, and that's what residents and community members would want.
Thank you for the clarification.
As long as I got you, there's one burning question. St. Andrews Drive. Does that belong to the town of Midland, or is that actually hospital property? Because it's been blocked off for quite some time now. I'm just wondering, is
It
there
is-
ever any plan to have that as a through road again?
It is technically a private road from my understanding and is used for parking at the rear of what we effectively call the cottage. That may turn into a road in the future plans with a new hospital, or, there are some options there. It hasn't been a through road for quite some time. I don't anticipate that changing anytime soon, but certainly open to options if that was something that the town desired.
Great, thanks. I'm just thinking it might be an alternative to get to the Starbucks, because now with the changes, things jam up everywhere. Anyway, I don't see any further questions. I'm just making sure I haven't missed Councillor Downer. No. Yeah, so thank you very much for your updates. Thanks for taking our candid questions. We're always, very curious about what the goings on at the hospital, and we certainly recognize the amazing work you and your staff do under very strenuous circumstances and with lack of funding. And sometimes, you're loved, other times you're loathed, and it's just the joys of healthcare delivery. So
I appreciate the time, and truly anyone from council, anyone from the public can feel free to reach out to my office if for any questions or any follow-ups. Certainly an open door policy at the hospital.
thank you, Matt. I've always found you very
Thank you.
responsible. All right, council. Moving on to section 16, committee, local board delegations and memos. We have none of those this evening, and we're now into 17. This is the reports and other items withdrawn from the consent agenda. And Madam Deputy Clerk, I missed the SSEA. Oh my goodness gracious. I'm so sorry. Michelle probably online going, what? Wait a second. We do have another petition this evening, and that is our wonderful Severn Sound Environmental Association, affectionately known as SSEA. And we have a presentation and links on our website on the Civic Web Portal agenda for those that would like to follow along. And very sorry, Emma, I didn't mean to miss you guys almost. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship, members of council, staff, and audience. We're very pleased to be here tonight to update you on a collaborative habitat project with the town of Midland. I'm Michelle Hudlin, Manager of Watershed Resilience, Wetlands and Habitat Biologist, and with me is Emma Maurice, our Climate Resilience and Habitat Intern. Next slide, please. Briefly, in the late 1980s, the Severn Sound watershed was listed as an area of concern on the Great Lakes because of poor water quality. There was a significant effort and financial input at the federal, provincial, and local levels to improve water quality and restore a healthy ecosystem. SSEA is your joint municipal service board, along with 7 other municipalities. We are essentially a shared resource, like an environmental arm or an environmental department of the municipal partners. Next slide, please. We're here tonight to present on a specific project, the Improving Habitat in the Severn Sound Watershed Initiative. Natural areas provide a variety of ecosystem services, social and economic benefits, some of which are listed on the slide. They help clean the air, they help manage stormwater and capture pollutants in runoff. They provide habitat, including for insects that pollinate plants that are our food sources. And green spaces provide recreational opportunities for people, such as nature watching, and they have positive impacts on our happiness and mental health. Next slide, please. SSEA sought special external funding for the Habitat project, and the town of Midland provided a letter of support in 2022 for our application. SSEA was successful in receiving 1 year of funding from the Provincial Great Lakes Local Action Fund. We were very pleased to be focusing on creating and enhancing habitat in 2 of our member municipalities, Midland and Penetanguishene. There was no cash contribution toward the project from the town, but the municipalities did provide in-kind support, for example, staff time. We thank town staff and council members for your support for the project. SSEA was the lead organization on the initiative, and funding allowed us to hire a person to coordinate the project, as well as supported purchase of materials and supplies, such as native plants, seeds, and mulch. I'll now turn it over to Emma, who will talk more about the specific results for the Midland portion of the project. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Michelle. So SSEA worked closely with town staff to discuss potential naturalization and enhancement sites. The town had final say on the sites, and SSEA came up with a naturalization plan and provided it to town staff for input and approval. Town staff, particularly Dylan Flannery and Dan Murnahan, and park staff were great to work with and were very helpful throughout the duration of the project. The initiative also included communication such as social media posts, media coverage, educational materials, and conversation with the public while attending community events or working on naturalization activities. The first Midland site is Edge Hill Park, where a total of 5,725 square meters were naturalized. The naturalization activities included a no-mow area and a shrub planting area, which a total of 149 shrubs of 6 different species were planted. Planting and seeding within the no-mow areas of all the sites helps get beneficial native species established and improve biological diversity. Mulch mats were installed around all the shrubs at this site, as well as the 2 other sites, as seen in the bottom left picture. These mats help suppress weeds and retain moisture, and they will eventually decompose. Next slide, please. This site also included a wildflower planting area in which 190 wildflowers of 28 different species were planted, and 14 kilograms of native wildflower and grass seeds were spread, both within the no-mow area. Loose mulch was placed around all the wildflowers to help retain moisture and suppress weeds at this site, as well as the 2 other sites. SSEA staff had the help of 3 volunteers during the planting and spreading of seeds. The no-mow area is located on the side of the hill adjacent to Bayshore Drive, which is visible to drivers and users of the Trans-Canada Trail, as seen in the top left picture. The wildflowers and the seeds were planted and spread here will not only create habitat for our pollinators and wildlife, but will also bring some color and diversity to the no-mow areas of the park and will be visible for the public to enjoy. Next slide, please. Ernest T. Bates, the second site for the project, had a total of 1,135 square meters of naturalized land. This site had multiple invasive species which were removed and managed. And the most abundant invasive species present was field and hedge bindweed, which was managed on 2 separate occasions. The grand total of removed invasive species for this site was 90 kilograms. We had a total of 45 volunteers help SSEA with a variety of naturalization activities. Special thank you to Councillor Roberta Bald, who helped with invasive species management and wildflower planting at this site. Next slide, please. This site has a tree planting area where 140 native trees of 3 different species were planted in the spring with the help of the fifth grade class from Sacred Heart Elementary School. SSCA planted 51 shrubs of 4 different species at the site. Since Sacred Heart is located within walking distance of Ernest T. Bates Park, the 5th and 6th grade class came back the following school year in the fall to help plant 191 native wildflowers of 26 different species, and they helped spread 5 kilograms of native wildflowers and grass seed. Some of the wildflower species that were planted at this site are pictured in this slide. Next slide, please. Little Lake Park is the 3rd project site in which we naturalized 2 different areas within the park, adding up to a total of 4,525 square meters. There were 51 shrubs of 4 different species planted, 276 wildflowers of 27 different species planted, with the help of 3 volunteers from a schooling group. The first area is located at the boat launch, where a small section of the grass was turned into a no-mow zone made up of a shrub and wildflower planting area. SSCA staff and 2 volunteers also managed 90 kilograms of 2 different invasive species along the shoreline. Those species included Phragmites and glossy buckthorn. The removing of invasive species helps slow down their aggressive spread that can often choke out native species and negatively impact ecosystems. Next slide, please. The second Little Lake Park location was located at Campbell Hill, where 36 of the 276 wildflowers were planted. Campbell Hill has also been designated as a no-mow area. Next slide, please. Tonight's presentation was an overview of the Habitat Project with main results for the Midland site. SSCA is putting together a more detailed summary on the project, including species lists and long-term management recommendations for each site. We hope that you can share that on your website to show off what we've accomplished together. SSCA expects to be supporting the town with these sites in the future, such as with ongoing invasive species management. In conclusion, the total naturalized and enhanced area in Midland for the Improving Habitat in the Severn Sound Watershed Project is 11,385 square meters. 53 volunteers participated, contributing 75.5 volunteer hours. This project ties into some of the work the town is already undertaking, such as Bee City initiatives, and is also supporting the Climate Action Plan by reducing greenhouse gas emissions by implementing no-mow areas. These sites will act as demonstration sites that will educate and empower the community to take action, which will help improve biological diversity, all while supporting wildlife and pollinator habitat. These sites and the communications and educational information from this project has spread knowledge and help educate the community on how they can implement these types of naturalization activities on a smaller scale at their home or on their properties. Next slide, please. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on this project.
Thank you very much. And the update's quite timely too, because council, we just passed a motion, I believe it was last meeting, really trying to wrap our minds around the many services you deliver for us as part of the partnership, as we head into our budget discussions. So this success in our town, and I remember being the public being invited to participate, is a great example of some of the services you provide for the funding dollars we provide. So I appreciate you coming forward with this now. I do look forward to that sort of more fulsome laundry list of all the stuff you guys do for not just our municipality, but all of the other 8 funding partners. Council, any questions of SSCA? Councillor Bald, I would assume, to kick it off. Oh, power might be off on your unit. There's a little push button on the back right of it.
All right. Thanks so much for doing this. And I do recall when when we were planting, it was so, so hot. I remember that because I only lasted for about an hour and then I just went back home. So good for you. And thank you very much for, maybe next year I'll do it again.
Thanks. Any other comments or questions? Council? Councilor McDonald?
Thank you. I think there was a volunteer day planned at Edge Hill Park that I had volunteered for, but then that was the same day that we planned the official opening. And it was a nasty day, so that didn't happen. But it does appeal to me to help in that way. But just in regards to the numbers you reported of volunteers, did you say there was 45 volunteers at the Mr. Bates part, or what is it called? Bates, Ernest Bates Park. That's a lot of volunteers for that little park.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor McDonald, we did have 45 volunteers for that park. That was including a few volunteers from the public, but as well, the majority of that number was from Sacred Heart Elementary School from those 2 classes.
Oh, thank you. That makes sense. And I'm glad to see that. Thank you very much. We'll drag them to Little Lake Park next time.
Yes, our junior scientists and citizen scientists. Wonderful. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. If no further questions, we'll let you get on with your evening. And thanks for coming and showing what you've been doing. And I'm sure our communications department, if they haven't already, will have taken note of those slides from the deck, and we can share the updates. I know from my perspective, I had some eye-rolling moments when we were starting this whole no-mow thing, as did a lot of the people in the community. Just felt like we were, just ignoring our grass and letting it go to seed. And what pollinator pollinates grass? But it's lovely to see that there's actually work being undertaken now to plant wildflowers, which clearly bees and pollinators love. And it doesn't look like we're just, abdicating our responsibility to keep our parks tidy. So this is a great alternative to just letting it be, as it were. Pun intended. Anyway, thank you very much, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
All right, Council, sorry I was in such a rush to get to the budget presentation. So I almost missed SICA. Thank you very much. So 16 again, we have nothing, and 17 we're right onto our reports. So 17-1 2024 budget presentation provided by our CFO, Lindsay Barron. CSR 2023-100, that's our 2024 budget presentation, and the full budget presentation, the big fatty, as it were, will be attached to our I guess will be attached to this. It'll be on our website anyway, on the budget page of the town's website later this week. And that's going to be the big document that we all have access to, and the public will have access to it at the same time as us, and the whole Christmas break to peruse it. So without further ado, take it away, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening, Your Worship, members of council, and the public joining us tonight. Before we begin tonight's presentation, I'd like to just take a quick opportunity to thank a few staff. I'd like to thank our new CAO and the rest of SLT for their guidance and support throughout this process. Could not do it without you. I would also like to thank our department managers and their staff for their input and expertise throughout the budget process. A special thanks goes out to our budget and forecasting supervisor, Jacqueline, for all of her hard work, as well as the rest of the finance team for their support and really picking up the slack during a very busy time of year. Last but not least, I'd also like to thank the communication team for really putting life into a document that most people really just don't want to read, right? And so they really transform it into to something that tells a story about our community. Tonight's presentation is designed to be high level and contains just a snapshot of the entire budget document. As Mayor Gordon mentioned, the review period starts tonight with this presentation and the publishing of the document, which is, 300 pages or so. The extended review period is designed to provide council with more time to review the budget, ask questions, and hear responses from staff before the debate begins. The complete budget document will be posted to the town's website by the end of day Friday, and a link will be provided to council. The completed document will also be available in paper form for those wanting to make notes, handwritten notes on the document for budget deliberations. Further, in response to some feedback we received from some residents, a condensed version, referred to by the numbers, will be made available on our website next week. Next slide, please. The budget overview on the screen lists the specific areas that will be presented tonight. The complete budget document contains specific details and supporting documents for each of these respective areas. Next slide, please. This first slide identifies the pillars contained within Council's new strategic plan. The vision and priorities from this plan are the foundation of the 24 draft budget and the 10-year capital plan. Next slide, please. The town's budget as presented to you tonight, including all service level changes from staff and council, as well as those requests from our agencies, boards, and commissions, as well as an additional contribution to our sustainable capital levy reserve, achieves an overall 5.69% increase over 2023. When the expected impact of property taxes levied by the County of Simcoe and the Board of Education are included, this overall rate blends down to an expected 4.78%. This is based on our current assessment assumptions for the county and the school. What does this mean? This all-in rate equates to $6.33 per month, or $75.92 per year of an increase per $100,000 of property assessment. As a point, according to MTE, our municipal tax consultants, the average assessment in Midland is around $278,000. The 2024 draft budget includes several service level change requests for council's consideration, and therefore adjustments to the budget as presented may be required. In broader terms, in order to reduce the rate presented tonight, council may consider options such as reduce or eliminate services or programs, increase user fees, forego some of the new investment and service recommendations recommended, and or examine requests from ABCs. The detailed requests from staff, council, and our ABCs are included in the complete budget document for your review. Next slide, please. We do our best to maintain current services and provide new services while minimizing our taxes. We frequently review our services to ensure they continue to provide value to our community. From every dollar we collect, 59 cents goes to town administered services. The rest goes to our various agency boards and commissions, police, county, and the province of Ontario. Education, thank you. Next slide, please. This next slide just breaks down those services and gives a complete listing of what is included within each of those categories. Next slide, please. This slide identifies the significant base budget changes that are included in our overall blended rate of the 4.78%. Increases to revenue provide relief to the overall tax rate, while decreases increase pressure on the tax rate. The notable increases include new assessment growth, interest income due to prevailing interest rates, and the new parking levy that was introduced by council in late September. The notable decreases include funding from the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, use of reserves, and contributions from Tiny Township towards the North Simcoe Sports and Recreation Center. Next slide, please. For expenses, new debt payments introduced into the operating budget and increased reserve contributions for future asset replacement add pressure to the tax rate. Both are necessary to support our 10-year capital plan. The cost to maintain service levels, which include changes related to existing contracts and services, market demand and inflationary pressures, as well as community initiatives, have also increased. The impact of these costs to the tax rate have been largely mitigated this year through interdepartmental transfers to our water and wastewater operations. This new costing approach aligns with both council's and staff's goal to better understand the full cost of providing town services, known as activity-based costing. While we are still very much in the infancy stage of this process and fully expect to continue to refine the process along the way, this approach has been particularly useful during our recent contract negotiations with some of our community partners. Additional details on these changes and other noteworthy items are included in the budget document. Next slide, please. As you're aware, there are hundreds of kilometers of pipe, numerous wells, pumps, and treatment facilities involved in providing our water and wastewater services that are expensive to maintain and that deteriorate with age. The annual operating cost to provide water and wastewater is funded from user rates and not property taxes. The proposed user rate increases for 2024 are similar to previous years at 5% for water and 4% for wastewater. Much of this increase is to fund the replacement of the infrastructure needed to deliver or continue to deliver these services. For a typical user, the rates proposed for 2024 represent a 45-cent and 40-cent increase per week for water and wastewater, respectively. The detailed life cycle analysis that supports these rates is included in the budget document. Next slide, please. This slide contains a capital asset map. This is a new addition to our budget document, thanks to the efforts of our engineering division. This map presents a visual representation of the 2024 capital budget, broken down by linear and site-specific projects. As you can see from the map, we are planning to undertake projects throughout the town. This map includes major upgrades on roads, water, and wastewater infrastructure. Significant investment is also included to replace end-of-life vehicles and equipment. With the exception of grants, the town has two options for funding our capital plan: reserves or debt. The town does not have sufficient reserves to fund the capital plan, and therefore the plan does include some internal and external debt financing to cover the shortfall. Project details, along with the applicable funding source, can be found in the capital sections of the budget document by department and division. Next slide, please. For planning purposes, a 10-year capital plan is also presented. The 10-year capital plan consists of a 1-year capital budget, year 2024, followed by a 9-year capital forecast. Master plans, combined with the knowledge and expertise of staff, have allowed us to prepare a capital forecast that supports expected growth, but most importantly, addresses that replacement, renewal, and rehabilitation needs of our existing infrastructure. As you can see, the forecast includes a total of $203 million over the 10-year period, with the majority of these projects related, again, to the replacement, renewal, and rehabilitation needs that are identified on our existing infrastructure and equipment. Again, the town does not have the sufficient discretionary reserves to fund these projects directly, and therefore financing is a significant component of our 10-year plan. Reserves and debt are discussed in the following slides and in the budget document. Next slide, please. This graph shows a 10-year forecast for the town's consolidated reserves based on dollars committed. There are 3 lines, yellow representing our obligatory reserves, meaning largely development charges and grants that are held for specific purposes, like our provincial gas tax funds that can only be spent on our transit operations, or our federal gas tax funds that can fund asset replacement, that sort of thing. Again, largely development charges is what's driving that line. The blue line is those discretionary reserves. So those are the capital reserves that we have set aside for asset replacement. That's the line that's below zero that we're working towards getting above. And then the last line is our MPUC reserves. And so really that reserve is the cash flow that's helping us maintain the 10-year plan, right? And so this graph includes a number of assumptions in order to have this graph, there are a number of assumptions that are included. So there's phased in increases to our discretionary reserves. And so again, those phase in is based on the 10-year spending needs. It includes contributions from debt where appropriate. It ensures that our MPUC funds are held in perpetuity as per our current investment policy. And it also includes, you'll see a little dip in 2027. You'll see a contribution of $15 million towards the development of Midland Bay Landing. Finally, the 1% sustainable capital levy, which is really helping to close that infrastructure gap between our spend and what we currently have today, is included throughout the 10-year forecast period. This combined reserve forecast presents a sustainable path forward. However, like any forecast, is highly sensitive to changes in assumptions. Changes such as the availability of affordable debt, reductions to reserve contributions, economic conditions such as slowing growth, escalating costs, et cetera, could result in adverse outcomes and a reversal of the financial outlook that you have in front of you. Again, the budget document provides various scenarios for council's consideration. Next slide, please. The town lacks the internal, as mentioned, the town lacks the internal financial resources to fund all of its capital needs. As a result, the 10-year capital plan includes the use of external debt financing, which is about $56 million over the 10 years. This form of long-term financing is useful and necessary to allow the town to spread the cost of infrastructure over time, thereby reducing the burden on the town's reserves. High-value, long-lived assets have been targeted for external debt over the 10 years. Many of these projects will require multiple years to complete, and so where necessary, the town can access short-term internal borrowing or construction financing before going out and issuing that long-term debt at project completion. Municipal borrowing is constrained by our annual repayment limit, which is prescribed by the province. The annual repayment limit is a measure developed by the province to limit the debt level of municipalities. The graph presents a 10-year forecast of estimated annual debt payments compared to that imposed province limit, which is 25%, and that's the blue line at the top of the graph. Many municipalities set a lower annual repayment limit as best practice, and therefore the forecast includes a secondary line, a more conservative line that has been included for reference based on what staff believe is the annual affordable payment, what annual affordable payments would look like, trying to keep that sort of operating component of debt payments at a minimum, right? As you can see, the town should have adequate debt capacity over the forecast period. Again, however, before committing to debt, we need to consider factors again, such as affordability of the tax and ratepayers, prevailing interest rates, and the long-term sustainability of the ultimate funding source. I should also note that there are significant water and wastewater infrastructure projects that are beyond the 10-year forecast that are not captured. And so I would expect that I do expect that those bars to go up in, years 2034, 2035, et cetera, reaching, at or above that orange line. Next slide, please. As mentioned, the complete budget document will be made available Friday on the town's website. Key dates to come. The budget question and answer forum runs from December 13th to January 19th, 2024. I can't stress enough that there's lots of time to review the document, consider the information presented, and ask questions. Please use the email address noted on the slide, budget@midland.ca, to submit your questions. A list of questions and responses will be released each week. The lists will be shared with all members of council. We ask that you submit questions before the end of day Wednesday each week to allow time for staff to prepare a response. Staff will make every effort to ensure that all questions receive a response in the week received. However, there may be some instances where additional time is needed. On January 17th, we will open the floor for a public meeting where members of the public can express their thoughts about the draft budget. Notice of this public meeting will go out on December 21st and will be promoted through our normal communication channels. Budget deliberations will officially begin on January 30th. We have 3 full days scheduled with the objective of reaching an approved budget by February 1st. That concludes tonight's presentation. If there are any specific questions regarding the presentation, please feel free. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to working with you on the draft budget.
Thank you. I'm sure there's questions. I've got a bunch, but I'm not going to steal the mic right away. Council, I'll open up the floor here to questions. Councillor McDonald?
Did I hear you say we're going to get a binder, a printed copy of the budget? That'll make my life I will be much more efficient with getting things together, but I'm sure I'll have plenty of questions. And then did you want us to use the budget email as well with our questions? Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
The budget binder will be made of recycled Phragmites. Councillor Prost?
Will the public meeting be in chambers on the 17th of January?
Through your worship, yes.
Okay, we have a time.
6 p.m.
Thank you.
6 p.m. Yes. It's that's our regular council meeting, January 17th.
Councillor Meredith?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Gordon. I was, as you're going through the tax levy increase and impact on tax rate, mentioned the parking levy, which is 407,763, that hasn't yet gone through council for approval. So that is, so there will be adjustments along the way, obviously. And in listening to our neighbors the last month or so, with their budget kind of processes and comments, there has been a lot of discussion around EDC&S, our ABCs, airport, and SSEA. And I'm not sure, I know they're going to come up and present, but they're actually ahead of the game. I feel that basically as staff been in conversation with them, and because I know Tay was thinking of getting out of the SSEA, and how would that affect us and other partners? How would that affect us? And so there's a lot of question marks that I don't know come budget time that will be filled in. I don't know if you have had any contact with our partners, and so forth. So just those numbers, I guess, will have to be maybe adjusted, because right here I see the ABCs are 147,705 over last year's asks. So depending on our partners, which it seemed like they're not giving as much funding, that will brunt more of the costs. That's basically and what my question is.
Through your worship. So the amount that is recorded tonight under ABCs or agencies, boards and commissions is their ask. So we ask that each of those agencies, boards and commissions submit their request for funding to us. And so the budget document does have their detailed ask. And then so we capture those numbers and roll it up into the budget essentially. We also ask that they come to deliberations and give their budget pitch to you. And so that would be the opportunity to ask further questions, as well as sort of what our other community partners are doing.
Thanks. I've got maybe a comment, and I got three different questions. So the first is the cautionary tale we saw in the reserve graph, cratering deeply. And it's just a reminder to council, and we got the same reminder last term from the last mayor. It's really easy to prune the contributions to reserves if you're looking for some quick wins to change your tax rate. But you can see what's happened when successive councils have done that. You can see the damage it does to our capital plan. So as much as we look at, this 1% is, 250 grand we're putting into the reserve, we could put that back to the residents and, save some for them this year. The ripple effect that has happened over the years, we are now left, the chickens have come home to roost, as it were. And every year we don't do a capital project and deal with things on an emergency basis, the costs are 4 times as much. So just something I've learned. It's a head scratcher. Like, oh God, why do we want to put all this money in reserve? Well, we have to. Otherwise, we're living off the credit card. I have a question though about the Yonge Street project, 2024 projects. We had the open house, the pick on that, and the costs ranged, widely between options. And I think there was one that staff favored, but we haven't seen the report yet to see what the output was from public and staff. But I'm wondering which one of those options has been baked into the budget, and perhaps Mr. Campbell can speak to that.
To your worship, that project, given some of the comments, and we, as a result of that, still trying to find the optimal solution. We pushed that construction project to 2025, so that isn't in this cost. So we will be bringing a report back to council with options and recommendations on it's really around the cycling path and cycling delineation and the operational impact and cost of that. So you will get a separate report, but what's in this plan is the design, finish the design, go to tender in 2024. The construction and construction costs are in 2025.
Thank you. I was curious on that one. Also, Madam CFO, do you know about MPAC, for 2024, is it still held at the 2016 levels? Or are they slowly, opening the tap up again? Because we've missed 2 cycles now and people are paying taxes on an unrealistically low assessment value.
So yes, it is being held at 2016 values is the current assessment. So I do want to sort of a word of caution there. So as much as people are paying taxes on 2016 values, everybody is paying taxes on 2016 values. And so there hasn't been a shift. And so even a new home that is built today is paying taxes on 2016 values. And so that doesn't add more pressure to today's tax rate. It means that people's property assessments are very low. And when you compare that to the market value and the sales, in some cases they're triple, right? But it doesn't mean that they're paying less taxes today than they should. When that reassessment cycle does kick in, there may be a shift, perhaps to the waterfront properties or to farmland or to other types of properties. But your average residential property will not see a change, right? Where they see a change is when our requirements go up and our growth doesn't keep up.
Thanks. And the whole impact assessment thing is quite confusing sometimes. Just wondering where new revenue streams from non-resident fees, which are now sort of a foregone conclusion, with the retraction of agreements from other municipalities, where do they factor into the budget? For example, people renting town assets are paying, if you're not a Midland resident, you're renting the pickleball courts, then the expectation is, I would assume, that you now pay more than a Midland resident would. Or if you're booking the ball diamond or things like that, or, skating it or playing ball hockey or anything at the Sports and Rec Center. And even the sponsorship opportunity that we talked about, for example, selling naming rights for, some period of time at the Sports and Rec Center. So it becomes, whatever the company name is, center. And we enjoy the influx of cash for that for some period of time. Is any of that, considered in the budget right now, or are those projects that are expected to be discussed and what may impact a 2025 budget?
So one of these schedules you will get in the budget document is our user fee schedule. And so we have increased those user fees basically by the forecasted increase to the tax rate. And so we've done that so that, again, we don't see a shift where we're shifting costs that should be user-based onto the tax rate. And so you will see that update in the user fee schedule. In some cases, like the rental of the pickleball, it doesn't necessarily result in more revenue. Other cases, like the rec center, where if a 5% increase, for example, is approved, we may see a little bit of extra revenue there. So our user fee schedule has been updated for that. We also, in the new investment and service recommendations, we do have a couple proposals for new fees that, again, you will get in the budget document. Whether those are approved or not, to be determined. And as far as the sponsorship, we have not pursued that any further at this time, but it is something that is on staff's to-do list.
Okay, thanks. Just to follow up then. So on the user fees, would we expect to see a column for the suggested increase for locals? And now a new column never existed before with a new percentage, higher clearly, for non-residents? Or where it's a fixed fee, if it's a $10 fee for Midland residents, there's now a new column that now has a $15 fee for a non-resident? Or is that the way we'll see the presentation? Because clearly we can't just raise the rates for our locals and non-residents at the same rate, or we don't have non-resident fees then, right? So.
You're right. We have very few non-resident fees right now, and I think there might be one or two, or maybe those were proposed. The schedule as it is right now is a flat increase to all. So the intent with a user fee is that the user supports the service, right? And so whether they're a town resident or not, they're paying for the service that they're utilizing. So not an approach we've taken to date. Included in the new service recommendation, there is a separate sort of non-resident fee being proposed for the rec center specifically, but no other services at this time.
Okay, thank you. Any other council questions or comments? Realize we're gonna get this big document at the end of the week and there'll be lots created then. Oh, sure, Council Meredith.
Just, thank you, through you, Mayor Gordon. Going back to the MPAC, and you're basically saying that when MPAC does decide to reassess your home, there's not much of an impact on of funds coming into on your taxes. I don't. I always thought that your MPAC, when they came in and you did a renovation, or you pulled out a building permit. And I think I had a comment from when the brewery went in and MPAC came in and significantly improved the building, his taxes significantly went up. So, but you're telling me through your last comments that they don't necessarily go up that much for residential, but it's more commercial. But anytime I've done some type of renovation, I get that knock on the door, and MPAC wants to come through your home to see your improvements to get a little bit more money from you. So with that and our expected new growth and a clear way from our our planning and building department is just doing a fantastic job of getting these developers on track and building more houses and so forth. And we're looking at that 10-year plan. I would, sitting in my chair, because I'm not the expert in finance, I would think there'd be significant amount of money coming into the town to to make those bar graphs kind of in our favor of building our reserves and so forth. So, thank you.
Through Mayor Gordon to Councillor Meredith. So the situation that you're referring to, that is new growth. So when you do an improvement on your property or build a new home, that's where we're picking up that new assessment growth. So that's that 2.58%. That is basically lowering the tax levy for next year, the increase to the tax levy for next year. What Mayor Gordon had asked was about the reassessment cycle. And so if your property has no changes, but now it's no longer at a 2016 value, it's at a 2022 value, again, that value has likely tripled. My comment was that does not mean that you are going to pay more in taxes. So no changes to your property remain status quo. What it means is that the overall assessment for the municipality goes up, but it actually results in our tax rate going down because our tax rate is set on our budget requirement. So the $28 million that we need in a year to fund our municipal services is divided by that total assessment number. And so if that number goes up, the tax rate goes down. You end up paying the same amount. And so that's what I was talking about, unless there's a shift in sort of, waterfront properties are assessed that much more than your average property, then a shift in taxes gets put onto those properties or farm or that type of thing. But if you improve a property and you invest money in your property, your assessment is going to go up. And you're right, MPACT will knock on your door, within a month probably, and want to do that assessment. And you'll get a what we call a supplemental bill. And so your taxes in that situation will go up.
All right, thank you very much. I'm sure there'll be lots of grilling during not only our public session, we'll have questions, but also we look forward to our 3 days of dissecting and parsing and looking for the savings, and also accepting the reality that some things that we need to provide services just cost money, and we got to find a way to do that. So thanks for this presentation. I like the new format. It's very eye-catching and appealing. I know to the public that's watching and following our documents, they change year to year, which makes it difficult to do, year-over-year analysis. That is something that our finance team is working towards harmonizing, so we have this consistent view, so we can start to look back over time rather than net new every year. But in fairness, we've had churn in our finance department. Everyone has new ideas of the way to do it. So hopefully we can keep you around for a while, Lindsay, and be able to do that year-over-year analysis through the rest of this term. Anyway, thanks for the presentation. What? One more. Oh, fire away from Mr. Campbell then.
Thank you through you, Mayor Gordon. On that 2024 capital projects map, the one that Mayor Gordon about Yonge Street, is there anything else on the map that is pushed to 2025 that wouldn't be in 2024's budget?
Right now, what's that was a change that happened in the last couple of weeks as we've been preparing the budget. So as always, this budget is still a living document to some extent, and the CFO always, comes to the final budget deliberations with here's, the list of changes that have been made as a result of, comments that have come in. You've already mentioned the parking revenues. We're about to talk about parking revenues at the next item, which might change the document. So over the next month, there are minor changes here and there, but on the capital side, that was the Young Street was the project that's been delayed in 2024.
Okay, thank you. So over the next month, there may be changes, but not significant changes, but by like next week, when we get the document, pretty much will be sort of like 90% or so forth. Like, no, I'm just thinking if there's major changes coming down within, a month, but maybe it was too long in your description. I don't know. But just to have an accurate number going into budget deliberations, but I'm sure we can make adjustments along the way. So,
If I may, Mayor Gordon, through you to Councillor Meredith. So the budget document that you will get on Friday, will be basically the detail of the results that you saw tonight. As Mr. Campbell mentioned, there may be some changes along the way. One of the things that I'll do is prepare a sort of final budget report for that deliberation meeting. And so that truly will sort of capture things like if parking changes. And it really is those sort of significant changes that really we're only making at this point. We're finished making those little minute changes and really sort of looking at those big picture things. And so if a significant capital project ends up getting shifted, you'll know about it. If an estimate is grossly under at this point and we need to boost it up, you'll know about it, those types of things. Or over, could be over. Remember, I'm more conservative.
All right, well, speaking of parking, that is our next item on the agenda, but perhaps it would be an opportune time to maybe get the circulation going in our lower extremities. And we'll take a 5-minute bio break. It's 7:52. We'll come back at, we'll call it an 8-minute one. We'll be back at 8 o'clock for those following along in real time. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for the indulgence. I just got a little shout out to Feast Catering, who catered our little dinner we had, because we started at 4 o'clock and it was incredible. And there's no public here to smell it, but when you walked into council chambers, the waft of Feast Catering and garlic was just, it's in our clothing. So anyway, I'm kind of glad it wasn't a full house. Nice to be having a party in here or something. But anyway, shout out to Feast. It was amazing. Still is. And their cookies are, it's a meal. Anyway, and I also wanted to a quick little shout out. There's some flowers that probably you can't see because there's no zoom in on them, but those are provided by Saturday afternoons. And that was a donation in recognition to Deputy Mayor Cotton as well. So very pretty, very nice. And again, thank you to the public for the outpouring of support and all those who came to our, this should be in the announcement section. Anyway, I'm breaking our own procedure policy. And I'm rambling. Anyway, so I have a motion here moved by Councillor Meredith, seconded by Councillor McDonald, that staff report CSR 2023-100 2024 budget presentation dated December 6, 2023 be received for information. All those in favor? Any opposed? And it's carried. I look forward to that. Now the report of the night. The parking report. I'm going to read this because I have to, and then we're going to break this thing up a bit because there are some amendments to put on the floor. We certainly have had plenty of commentary, both oral and social media and phone calls, because parking is just one of those gifts that just keeps on giving in our community. So here is what is before us before we start tinkering with it. 17.2. CSR 2023-97 implementation of paid parking recommendations. But staff report CSR 2023-97 implementation of paid parking recommendations dated December 6, 2023 be received. And 1, the council approves the disposition of 50 on-street parking meters with the estimated cost recovery of $103,000 and a loss on disposal of $414,500. And two, the council directs staff to prepare terms of reference for a new ad hoc parking committee to include a composition of 2 staff, which includes 1 administrative, 2 BIA members, 2 council members, and 1 public at large member. And 3, that 20 parking meters be retained to provide a paid parking program at the town-owned waterfront property, which includes the harbor, Bayshore Drive, Pete Peterson boat launch services, until the ad hoc parking committee's recommendations are approved by council. And 4, that a special area levy be assessed to all commercial and mixed-use properties within the downtown core as identified in attachment 2, until an alternative cost recovery method relating to parking lots in the downtown core is approved by council. I will need a mover and seconder to get that motion on the floor before we start with the hacking and slashing. Moved by Councillor Emeritus, seconded by Councillor McDonald. So we're going to deal with the first motion first. And that's that staff report CSR 2023-97 implementation of paid parking recommendations dated December 6, 2023 be received. And 1, the council approves the disposition of 50 on-street parking meters with an estimated cost recovery of $103,000 and a loss on disposal of $414,500. And I do believe there is an amendment. So we can go to conversation on this, but the amendment materially changes this. So I will leave it in council's hands whether you'd like to talk about this or talk about the amendment first. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. I think we should probably have our comments on the staff report, because if we go directly to the amendment, we cannot discuss the report that was presented to us, because we can only address the amendment. And I stand to be corrected if that's not the case.
If the amendment hits the floor, which it hasn't yet, I've just used the word
Okay,
amendment,
so let's
then
discuss the
you're
report.
correct. But in this case, because of your concerns last time, I didn't want to prejudice the conversation like that. So everybody has a copy in their hot hands. And if you'd like to talk about the report holistically and then get into the individual recommendations, I'm quite content to do so. Madam Clerk, you've got your hand up procedurally to fix this faux pas that I'm making.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted clarification. Did all of council concur that that you're going to treat the recommendation separately? I may have missed it.
I did not ask. You did not miss it.
Okay.
That is right. Right now, they are all collected in one report. I do need council, not through a motion, but I do need the majority to agree to deal with the recommendations independently so we can vote on them, change them, what have you. Are we all content to do that? I see 3 hands or 5. Yep, we're good to go. Okay, so yes, we'll be dealing with them independently. So that first motion that's on the floor right now, it speaks to disposition of 50 on-street parking machines. Councilor McDonald, that is what's on the floor. So we need to talk about the disposition of the 50 machines, not the whole report, although I'm sure you can find a creative way to work it in. Take it away, Councilor McDonald.
So my question is, why were we keeping 20 just to be able to collect on the waterfront when we more or less implied that we were going to get rid of them all? Is my first question. And if I may, it's kind of, so it says on our report on page 2, per council direction, these meters will be removed and returned to the vendor after the January 1st, 2024 termination date. It's not totally clear when we gave that direction, but my question is directly to the number 1 is why only 50?
Thank you. So the amendment that we haven't tabled yet sees us returning all of them, but let's get the rationale from Mr. Smiley.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor McDonald. With the amendment that was put forward with wanting to continue to have paid parking on Bayshore Drive, the harbor, and Pete Peterson, we thought we would, in order to continue that through 2024, use the existing machines that we have.
That makes perfect sense, because that was what we had originally instructed, that we were going to continue paid parking somehow down there. And staff didn't look at a new machine as an alternative. They were going to keep the old beastly ones for some period of time. But then that's subject to our review tonight.
Thank you.
Councilor Emeritus, and then Councilor Ball.
Thank you through you, Mayor Gordon. So when I'm just a little bit confused about this keeping 20. We determined, or the staff determined to council, that these machines did not work properly. And I don't understand how in the report, even the 20 came back to us. So it's either the machines don't work or they do work and we keep them all. So I'm a little confused on the rationale of the 20. I know what you said, just to have, because we asked staff for a parking revenue source for the Bayshore Drive and the Harborfront, but I was under the assumption that it would be something new rather than retaining 20 of our parking meters that do not produce revenue. They reduce deficits. So I just not sure why that came into the report, which really confused me. Thank you.
Thanks. To be fair, I think Mr. Smiley answered. I mean, the rationale was just because we already had them and they were just trying to fulfill our request to keep monetizing in some capacity that space. But if the amendment that, we'll table after we talk about this goes through, we're eating all of that, right?
I understand that. I don't like mounting deficits on equipment that does not work. Unless it does work, then unless I'm missing something. So thank you.
Fair enough. And that is exactly why the amendment is such that it is, Madam CFO, and then we'll go to Councillor Ball.
So through your worship and yes, if the amendment goes through, then this is sort of a moot point. But the other thought process was, because we were putting in place a committee that would be looking for the next year, rather than in case the committee decided to, revamp or do something, we didn't want to take that away. So we thought that was the easiest route, just to leave it in place, have the committee look at something and then go back without spending any additional money. But I know there's an amendment on the floor, so. Or there will be one on the floor potentially, sorry.
I hope to see one. Councillor Ball and then Councillor East.
Thank you. I have a lot of questions actually, but I'm just going to start with this. I tried to talk about this last time, but because of the amendment, I wasn't able to. Mr. Smiley, I did ask you about the cost per year to pre-program, which I think was about $3,000 to $4,000 to program all the machines for event dates, et cetera. But can you refresh my memory on what the monthly cost to keep the program active is without coin collection, without bylaw enforcement? I just want to know the program cost.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Ball. Essentially, the software that monitors the parking terminals is $55 per month per machine. So 55 times 70.
Thank you. So I don't like the idea of getting rid of these at all. I think that a cost of $414,000 is a ridiculous loss for the community when these machines can be programmed at a cost of $3,000 to $4,000 a year. Just even for Butter Tart Festival alone, you can see a profit to have these programmed at an event rate, to be able to use them still. Like, to be able to rip all these out, and that's just putting a complete cost at our taxpayers. I don't agree with that at all. I think that there's a way to utilize these machines, maybe not to the way that we are utilizing them now. I did try to talk about the parking pass as well, which I'm glad to see in this report. I think that $12,000, I'm wondering, is that covering all of the passes in the system? However many resident, non-resident passes would be sold to offset that cost? Is there a profit margin for that?
Well, yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Ball, that $12,000 would cover other permits too, not just the seniors free harbor parking. You could put in as many as you wanted.
Thank you. I just see maybe a mixed use with these machines we still have and have paid for to utilize how small of a fee it is to program them monthly as well as yearly for even just events, I don't think that that's the best cost measure to rip them all out. I think there's a better use of being able to do that. I'm also wondering $19,698 for insurance, training, uniforms. I understand obviously the insurance piece, but are we not retaining staff that already have these uniforms and trainings? And if we aren't retaining the staff, do we not get the uniform back and retain that?
Counselor, we need to
Oh,
stick to the
sorry.
motion on the floor.
I apologize. I will.
Save that one, 'cause
later.
it's a valid question, but we're trying to decide whether we're disposing of 50 on-street parking meters or all of them or none of them. Whatever amendment gets tabled, right now we're dealing with 50. Counselor East?
Your worship. Thank you, Bill. Okay, so first of all, I don't recall us ever having a discussion or passing the motion to yank out these 50 units. If I'm mistaken, please remind me, but I don't recall it. And the second thing is that pulling, I never agreed with it, first of all. Pulling the machines would be a huge mistake, all right? And the reason why I'm saying this is that in the last report that we had, we showed that 50% of the profits were coming from coins. So that says to me that the machines are successful in some form. So instead of us wasting all this money pulling these machines, I mean, if the techie geeks want to go out there and use their fancy little phones to stand there for 20 minutes and figure out a machine, go ahead. But if we simplify the machines just by using coins, we can see that the coins are actually effective. Now, that being said, Bill's really great with like CTV News Barrie or that Midland Today, whatever that thing is. But the thing is that if we educated people on how to simply drop in a coin, press the green button, and spits out a receipt, we can keep these machines running properly with coins. I don't see the need to be pulling these machines at all because we can still create revenue from coins. And I can guarantee you that 90% of the cars still have coin holders with coins in them. You know, so what was working for Midland before we put these machines in, which essentially destroyed business downtown, was the fact that we had these coin operated machines. And these coin operated machines also gave the ability to pass it forward. Many times I would go and throw in a couple extra quarters, and the next thing you know, somebody would pull in and have the benefit of kindness of somebody else. The machines clearly work. It's just there are things that are defective about them. I never approved pulling 50 machines. The other thing is that it's as simple as educating. So if Bill went to CTV Barrie News and got them to simply come down here and do an interview that we could, forward to Midland's website, showing him how to drop in a coin, pressing the simple green button and a receipt spitting out, I'm pretty sure that we could solve a lot of the problems. The thing is that Midland was never educated, and the kindness of you guys wanting to do something good for the downtown businesses with that free parking actually ended up causing more rifts because the machines weren't working. So once again, I don't see the need to be pulling something that's working. We clearly saw that we saw 50% profits from coins. So if something's working, let's build on it. Let's use education. Simply educating Midland can go by far. And the thing is that, I mean, let's be honest, a lot of people don't really look forward to the new technology. What do they know that works? Dropping a coin, walking away. And I can tell you right now, I drop in a coin, press the green button, and I get a receipt spit out. So instead of, throwing away all this money for nothing, let's just build on what's working. I mean, if the techs want to use their tech phones and mess around for 20 minutes, all the power to them, but the coin works. So that's just my thoughts on it. And the second thought is that I don't recall any of us approving pulling 50 machines from the start. So forgive me if I'm wrong on that one, but it's just food for thought to everybody to hear.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll just remind council that council voted to discontinue a paid parking program for 2024. Part of that instruction was that the machines would be removed because we're not going to have a paid parking program in 2024. And we approved a 3-hour parking program on street, which would be enforced, the 3-hour parking. And there's cost to enforcing that. And the back lots would remain as they were. So what was approved and what we're dealing with right now is we have already collectively terminated this parking program. That's whether the parking program comes back is not up for debate right now. We would need a motion to revisit that. 3/4 of council would have to approve, basically walking back what we've widely publicly announced now again, that the program's done and that it's effectively free. Now we just got to figure out who's paying for the freeness. So what's on the floor right now is disposing of 50 machines. If we choose, we've already voted to discontinue the parking program. So if we choose to sit on these machines and terminate the contracts with the cloud, these all can all sit in storage somewhere. But there is no paid parking program unless, you know, this committee that forms decides to revisit using these same machines that have caused us so much grief over the years and put them all back in play again and figure that the second time will be better than the first time. So that's where I'm going with this. And the second point, just a point of clarity, is that the kindness that you talked about where you walk up and drop a coin in and let someone, you know, park for extra time on your dime only worked on the old twisty ones. That doesn't work on the ticket spitters. So just not to conflate that. So just to be clear, we have voted to terminate paid parking. We are now dealing with the mechanics of what to do with the machines in this motion. That's all we're talking about. And then later, we're going to be talking about how do we recover at least costs from the, you know, the lots. They cost us money. Or do we spread, you know, who pays for that? That's really what this report is all about. So if your intention is to ask council to revisit disbanding the parking system entirely, that's a whole new motion that would have to be done at another meeting. And we would need a motion to revisit. 2/3 of council would have to agree to walk this back in the first place, or even have a conversation about it. And then council could presumably make a decision whether they wanted to terminate or reinstate the program. So there's a whole lot that you're suggesting here right now that isn't part of what's on the floor, but I just wanted for clarity for everyone following along and for council to know, like we've kind of passed that ship sailed, left the harbor. And we're now dealing with what do we do with these machines? So based on, you know, that, I'll give you an opportunity to follow up, and then Councillor Ball, we just got to move on talking about this motion. Any follow up on that, Councillor East?
Thank you, Your Worship. So I understand what you're saying, okay? But the thing is that these are all building blocks to the future of the conversation. I think we're jumping the gun way too quick here, because if we don't talk about this, when we go to talk about who's going to pay for the levies, we're going to destroy businesses. And if we don't talk about the first step, if we talk about the next step, I'm going to tell you right now that a lot of businesses are going to pull out of downtown Midland, and then we're going to get stuck with a situation like downtown Niagara Falls. But I can't.
That's another, we're not talking about that right now.
But I can't go there until you understand that the machines work.
So we'll get to that point, and whether or not a levy is imposed or whether it just goes on the tax base and everyone eats the costs, because there's always costs, right, of the lots. That's a conversation for later down this. Right now, we are dealing with the disposition of what effectively are surplus machines because we voted to terminate this program. So if your intent is to bring back a motion asking us to reconsider and reinstate this program, then my only advice to you is to vote against everything that we're going to talk about tonight and hope that it doesn't pass. Because if it does, that would have to be revisited before we could even come back and revisit yours. So we've kind of gone down a rabbit hole here. I just want you to understand procedurally where we are.
So I will be voting against everything because we're prematurely doing something that's wrong. I am telling you that I am not in agreement with removing these machines. It's a waste of money. So that's where I stand with this portion of it.
Okay, that's bang on topic. That's exactly what we're talking about right now. Councillor Ball.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to also say that we did terminate this program, but we did not say we were going to rip out the machines. So that's why I had brought this forward as programming it for special events to leave the machines in place, not bringing back a paid program. Obviously, that ship sailed. We voted for that as a collective, but they could stay in this spot and be utilized in a different way, which is what I was trying to bring up. So I don't know how to go about doing that. It's again, putting amendment on amendment, which I tried to do last time and that didn't go forward as well. So.
Okay, so again, your option would be to vote down this motion or any motion that has to do with disposition of the machines. That's really your only option with procedurally what we're doing right now. Councillor Meredith.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon, through you to Just want to ask Mr. Smiley, of the 20 machines that we're going to keep here, and can they work properly? Because this is not the 50 that we're going to get rid of, but the 20, because I'm staying on point here. The 20 machines down at the harbor, can we get them to work properly and not create a deficit? I do not want to lose money. The $250,000 that we were at a loss in the parking program in our previous report, which leads me to believe that these machines do not work properly. We were on a town tour, at the library. Councilor McDonald and myself witnessed a downtown patron trying to put money in their machines, not money, but use their card. And we just, for, I don't know, it was about 10, 12 minutes. She was just doing this, right? So do they work? Can they work? Can we salvage these machines and these 20 machines to have a surplus?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Meredith, yes, the machines do work. There has been issues with people not, pushing the proper button to get them to work. But the data we have is that they are over 98% effective. And that's documented through Precise. But you do need to initialize the machine and then determine what payment method you are using by pushing the corresponding button. And then the machine will prompt you to insert coin, to tap, insert credit card. But yes, my answer is yes, the machines will work. And that 20, lowering it to 20 will obviously lower the software fees per month because we'll only be paying 20 times 55 per month. Can I guarantee that will provide a surplus? No, because, my experience is when there's free parking, and there's now free parking in the municipal lots, on streets. When this program was started in 2021, there was over 1,000 paid parking spots. And if we were just go to Bayshore, Pete Peterson, and the harbor, there's about 250 spots. So I can't guarantee it'll be profitable. I doubt it'll be profitable at $1 an hour. But it could be profitable. We have to make tough decisions though.
Follow up, Councillor Maris?
Yes, thank you, through you, Mayor Gordon. So there had been, so can we simplify the process of paying? Can we alter the machines so the glare, so you can see the screen? That is a major problem, because I've gone to a number of machines, even the one in Palm Beach. I tried to pay for parking and I couldn't see the screen. So are there solutions from the manufacturer, or do we do a custom hood over these machines? So the glare is down. Do we turn the machines? These are the people want to pay, and businesses that I talk to want paid parking. Everywhere you go, there's paid parking. It's not free. So, but the problem is people can't pay because they're not pressing the right buttons. Like you said, they can't see the screen. So there's problems with the machines. So they work, but there's problems paying.
Yeah.
And these are the issues that I think have to go back to the manufacturer. And why is it on our plate to come up with these remedies when the manufacturer of these machines don't make it easily user-friendly, I guess you could say. So is there program changes we can do? I know that the town wanted to get away from coin, but 50% of the users are coin-based, and we could do, instead of $1 an hour, it's $2 an hour. That's, just all toonies right across the board. But is town staff willing to do that? And again, are we going to have a $250,000 loss? So, I mean, and going back down to the waterfront about being profitable, and I'm not talking about with bylaw when they do the reporting on 20 machines at the waterfront to include the free lots. So basically, focusing on that revenue where the machines are and your time to process it, monitor it, do your enforcement. And once you get that data, is there a profit without including in everything else? So these are the challenges that are happening downtown Midland with its citizens, its businesses, its tourists. We've seen it. So that's the frustration. And at the end, it's frustration when someone gets a $25 ticket when they've tried to pay. So you can understand why I'm concerned about these 20 machines being at the waterfront when it's costing us money and costing us possibly tourism. Thank you.
There was a whole lot in there. But I know I can speak to the screens. I spoke at length at the AMO. I think you did too with Precise Park Link, and all of these machines are made in another country, and this is the way they are. Even though there's far superior LCD screens and your simple GPS for your boat in your car, that is not what is in these machines. And it is what it is. There's no changing that. So a hood perhaps to avoid glare might be an option. But again, I think we're into semantics because we agreed to gas the system, and that's what everyone's being told. And staff have been working under that assumption. So if the intent is to walk back, this and somehow redeploy these things again as the same animal and hope for a different outcome, that's by almost definition of insanity. But if that's council's will, then I would suggest we defer this entire report and let's revisit this in the new year. And we're gonna have to tell everybody that, or we may be revisiting the abandoning of our paid parking system and keeping the old system. I'm not sure how we're gonna sell that without looking like idiots personally, but I know I can't. But I'm at the will of council. So Councillor Prost.
So I realize we have to get through amendment number 1 to get to 2, but the amendment number 2 will take care of all this. It gives us time. We stick to our promise, and it'll be figured out. And it won't be, at a council meeting late at night when we get tired or whatever the case is. There'll be time and resources. And I really think that this committee could work with staff, and staff will be on it, and we could actually get somewhere, because everybody knows this parking situation has just been chaos from the very beginning. We're in, we're out, we're this, we're that. I think it does need to stop, and it needs to stop now. And maybe we can, if we slow down and we have a committee, we can do things properly and be done with it. Because honestly, it's very difficult to keep coming back and making these decisions. And are they the right ones? I don't know. But maybe a committee can help us make that right decision.
Okay, so again, like whether or not there's a committee is another motion. This is about whether we get rid of 50 machines. So unless there's something new on this, I mean, we may as well just call the question as it stands, and we can either say, no, keep all 70 machines, if the voting this down tells us to keep all 70 machines. The next thing is a courtesy. We tell staff, do we leave them bolted on, but not non-operational, or do we have them go around and unbolt them and store them somewhere? So I really, unless there's something material to this motion right now, I'm leaning towards a call the question and see if we want to get rid of any machines, because we're having circular conversations about other things that aren't even on the table yet. Councillor Meredith?
Thank you. I just have a question on these 20 machines again, because I did ramble on there, Mr. Smiley. So can these machines, 20 machines down at the harbor front, can they be reprogrammed to have a successful parking program? And how does that look like?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Meredith, I believe they can. Why we decided to keep 20 or potentially keep 20 was to to add more to Bayshore Drive to space out the machines and get some on the south side as well, but also to add one more to the harbor where you do in front of the restaurant where there are complaints and a lot of people go to use those machines at the same time and sometimes there is sun. So I was thinking put another one facing the other direction in there to alleviate those issues we had throughout the summer, especially when large groups show up to park to go for their boat ride and stuff like that. But yes, I believe they could work.
Follow up? So can we, and I'm not sure how, can we, so this is the wrong motion, this is the amendment. So I guess we can vote for number one, have the 20 machines down on the waterfront as a trial and see the response and the complaints if there are and so forth. And then reinstitute these 50 machines if need be, if we have a successful Harborfront Bayshore Drive parking system, and then not eat the loss of $400 and some odd thousand. That could be a possibility. And then have free parking in our downtown backlots in the meantime. Thank you.
So again, you would effectively vote down this motion to dispose of 50 machines, which would imply that we would keep all 70. Now, we can give direction that unbolt them from everywhere except the Harborfront. We don't need that kind of minutia in our direction. We can talk about that with staff, but if you want to keep all the machines because maybe somehow it's all going to be better later, then you vote this motion down and we're keeping all the machines and we're not selling them back and we're not getting the $103,000. Is that pretty clear to everybody? Okay, Councillor East.
Thank you, through your worship. So these 50 machines, we were talking about selling them, we're breaking even from returning them to the supplier? No. So to me, why are we going to waste, our own workers' time and money to pull 50 machines when we can just put bags over them until we figure out exactly what direction we want to take? If those 20 machines we can get run successfully. Mr. Smiley, through your worship, do you think that if we educated Midland on how to use the machines properly, like actually took our time to educate people how to use them, do you think that we could run profits or at least have the machines running successfully? Keeping in mind, we've never educated Midland once. Well, I mean, I did a video with some crazy guy that took a Sharpie to it. And then Cody tried to do a good video and he got backlash on it. But the thing is that never in history was there ever an education rollout on how to use the machines. So two questions is, why would we waste money pulling the machines when we could just put bags over them, see if the 20 machines run good? And then the second question was, could we have success by educating Midland on how to use them? Smiley.
Just to be fair, I can jump in here, last council, because I fought this battle. We did do a lot of public education. We had ambassadors downtown. We had a sample machine in the lobby here where anybody wanted help, staff would come out and show them how to use it. We had a video, several videos, I think, on our website. They may even still be there on how to use the machine. And, the countless, to your point, social media clips and people, look how easy it is to use, right? And then you'd go and do it and half the time it wouldn't work. And I had to reshoot my video like 5 times. So just to correct the record, it's not that we haven't tried to educate. And a matter of fact, when it was put forth that perhaps it was an education problem, council took a beating that we were being arrogant and condescending and what are Midland residents all Muppets and they don't know how to use a button machine. Like, you won't believe the beating we took last term over that. Like, man, did we try. I know Councillor or former Councillor Shefsky's in the audience tonight and God knows he did, right? And some days they were loving him, other days they were hating him over it. And it was like that for all of us. So to be fair, just to correct the record, we took a lot of steps to try and educate people on how to use these things, but the uptake and adoption was marred in different issues. And then there became negative sentiment and stigma, and it became the most universally loathed thing we ever did. And, I can almost picture people throwing stuff at their TV right now that we're considering putting it back in play again. But again, Councillor, I just wanted to correct that, because when you say we didn't try and we should try, we really did.
Through your worship, and thank you. But what you're talking in regards to education was educating people on how to access the free parking. At that time, you guys tried to do a good thing for the downtown merchants by showing some goodwill on using the machines on how to figure out how to use it for free parking. But we've never went back and looked at, now the machines don't have the free parking. How do we educate on how to use the machines, how they work now? Is that correct? Because I've never seen a video on now that the free parking is removed from the machines. Now these machines are just machines that are supposed to take money. Have we educated anybody on how to do that?
To be fair, we did, but yeah, we honestly did, because staff were obviously very committed to this program because it's one of the few levers we had to actually generate revenue to try and bring the taxes down. So the whole thought of us walking away from this thing is very expensive. You know, it's going to really hurt the budget. No matter what we do, we're taking a beating on this. We've lost tons of money already. And, you know, if we drop these number of machines or keep them all or revisit it, we'll continue to lose money unless something really changes. Mr. Smiley, you got your mic on.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor East. After last year, we went from pay by plate to pay and display. We created an entirely brand new video and posted it on YouTube as well as our website to educate people. And as the mayor said, we had ambassadors out there where, you know, our parking officers or anyone is willing to show people. Like we had it at town hall, a machine here. CXO staff was willing to show anybody who came in how to use it. After we went to pay and display from pay by plate, we moved that machine over to the library, which was closer to the downtown. So anyone could go in there and get instruction on it. So I feel we did do pretty well in terms of trying to educate people, but I think that was a great point. Like have CTV News down, show them, boom, the 3 buttons you need to get it going. And I wouldn't bag them if we were going to stop on street. I would just probably turn it off if we were going to, and we can do that now.
I'm just going to let Councillor Bald chime in here. She hasn't had a chance yet.
Thank you. I want to get rid of those machines, just get rid of them. Try to get some money back. Penetang doesn't have any, you don't have to put a coin in anywhere. So basically my view is get rid of them. That's my.
Okay, so I think we heard from everybody who has an opinion on whether or not we're going to get rid of 50 machines or no machines, meaning we keep them all. That's really all we got on the table unless someone's amending this motion. So my amendment that isn't on the table was to just get rid of all of them and not even keep 20. And then we continue on down the report. But no, it doesn't sound like there's any appetite to consider that. So Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. I don't like losing money, and we will lose a lot of money if we dispose of these machines. But I don't like to, I can't see these machines offering any peace in the town. Nobody opposes to paying for parking that I'm aware of, especially on the main street. What we had before worked. Mind you, they were the old coin machines that you turn. So I wish we could trade these in for them back, sort of thing. It's a difficult decision. I'm leaning towards the disposal of them. So I don't know if you want to introduce your amended motion one at a time as well. Because you're doing one at a time here. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. I mean, we could, I don't want to stifle what's left of the conversation, and then I'll table that amendment, or I won't actually. I'd ask some of you to table the amendment because we don't have the ability to toss chairs around tonight. So Councillor Prost, I haven't heard from you yet.
I'm in favor of voting it down and having your amendment on the floor. I think we should take our loss now and see what our committee could come up with when we get that far. I know we're still on the first one, but I'm in favor of getting rid of all of them.
All right, so why don't we just, because I think we're going in circle here. We're, unless you've changed your mind, we've already heard from everybody on what you want. So why doesn't a counselor put the amendment that is written down on the floor with a seconder, and then we can deal with that? So before we put the amendment on the floor, Counselor Meredith.
This, through you, Mayor Gordon, and to Mr. Smiley and any other staff, maybe CFO want to chime in here as well, but anybody feel free. So if we keep those 20 Harborfront in the motion right now, 20 Harborfront machines and Bayshore, and if we go back into the budget report and we see the parking revenues and fines and so forth, and we have free parking on the downtown King Street and for 2024 and back lots and so forth. On this expense total budget requirement of 763, what would, if we don't have any law enforcement in the parking areas, what would that total budget line item change to? Get out your calculator.
Through you, Mayor Gordon, to Councillor Meredith. So I believe what you're asking for is if all 70 machines are sold, right?
No,
No?
I'm asking for keep the 50
Okay.
in the garage or turn them off as
Okay.
Mr. Smiley asked.
Yep.
Have the 20 machines as a trial
Okay.
to see if we're going to dispose of these other 50 or dispose of them all. So maybe like a 6-month trial.
Okay.
And in the budget, so the budget ask right now is 407,000. What would that, keeping the revenues being the same? And I guess I'm not sure where the fines, if the fines come in from probably just where the machines are kept, right? Bayshore Drive and Harborfront. If that 53,000 is kind of a good guesstimate in fines. So where are we looking at? Like there's ground maintenance in here, parking lot maintenance and so forth, where all those,
Remain.
would they all remain?
407 would be, sorry, through you, Mayor Gordon, 407,783. That's the estimate based on keeping those 20 machines at current rates. So currently the harbor, I believe, is $1.50 an hour. And so that would be the estimate. Of course, if we raised the rate, those revenue estimates would go up, which would then reduce that overall bottom line. You're still going to need enforcement for the 3-hour
No, that's gone.
parking.
That's gone. Like
Oh.
I'm looking at this amendment, so
Well, okay. but-
free everything,
okay.
everything's free other than,
Right.
I mean, yeah, everything's free other than towing a car away or putting, anyways, but I'm looking at this future amendment, but just the 20 machines down at the park and the Harborview Drive, the costs in the total budget requirement, because I imagine with less enforcement on the main street, unless you get a phone call in this amended kind of version, partially, you wouldn't need enforcement of 3-hour on-street and downtown lots. That's 133,129. The corporate service, CXO, HR, finance will probably be not as busy, so let's cut that by 10 grand. Transfer to reserve funds cap, right? EV charging stations, I don't know where they came from, but we don't need those right now. So cut that. That's other expenses. Well, insurance training uniforms. Aren't we already trained? Don't we already have uniforms? So there are ways we can cut back on this. So and parking lot maintenance. I'm not sure how much parking lot maintenance I saw in 2023. But I don't think it was 139,400. But that's kind of what I'm getting at. So what do you think?
Councilor Meredith? Although you're making very good points, just a reminder that council is discussing the one motion.
Yeah, the 20
So-
machines, so.
No, we're discussing the first one, which is 50, to get rid of the 50.
Yeah,
Right.
or we're keeping
So
20.
even though you have the printout of the amendments, just ignore it for now because we're not even talking about amendments. We're just talking about that number 1 for now.
Yeah, so it's hard to. So if that, then all these figures would stand. So my decision is kind of. You know
Thank
where
you.
I'm
I
getting
wasn't
at,
able
Lindsay.
to, was trying to do that, but there was 2 mics on at the same time and I can't activate my mic. So yeah, we can't ask hypothetical, just start whipping numbers out and no, chop this, chop like, we can't, this is a hypothetical game. And don't forget that we still have seniors free parking. So you can't even imagine or even ask staff to guesstimate what our income is going to be down at the waterfront because we didn't kill seniors parking yet. Right? So, we have these machines sitting down there potentially generating revenue, assuming they actually magically start to work for everybody. Then there's no way staff could possibly tell you what the budget's going to look like if you do this. Because we can't account for the many seniors that avail themselves of this gift that is currently still enacted. So that's, to be fair, we really got to deal with, the clinical nature of the wording on this. We either are in or we're out, I think is really the easy way to put this. So there is no amending motion on the floor unless somebody wants to put it on the floor. We've already, do you have anything new? Because, okay. All right, so there's about to be an amendment on the floor. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I want to amend that we do turn the machines off, the 50 machines that we're talking about, keep the 20 that are in this amendment currently, and to keep the free parking still right now until a committee is formed that offers a different suggestion.
We can't do that. That's a whole new, you can't bundle it together. The amendment is to this motion. You can't just start adding new, we're going to keep the parking system to it. Like, I'm not trying to be flippant here, but
I'm keeping the parking.
this is all you can amend. You
That
can
is what
change
I'm
the number.
amending.
You can change the number. You can't change the face of this and start turning it into other direction. So you want to change the number?
No, I don't. I want to keep them right now.
So vote it down. I'll call the question right now because this
But
is,
the amendment that you gave us on the floor that's not currently there is changing the number as well.
yeah, it changes it to all, but no one's
So
put
I'm
that,
changing
nobody's
it.
put it on the floor.
So
So
I want to change it that we do not dispose of any units.
you don't want to, okay, so that
Until-
is an amendment that would work with this. So
Yes,
you want to change the number to 0.
yes, until there is a
Except y-
committee that can deal with the 50 units that are proposed right now.
So the council approves the disposition of, or council rejects the disposition of any on-street parking meters.
I
Well,
want
I'm-
to
we'll
keep
get
the
Madam
free
Clerk
paid
to, Madam
parking.
Clerk to help us out here, because I just think you vote this thing down. That's what you do with this one. I understand where you're trying to go.
I'm just
Madam
afraid
Clerk.
that I tried to vote it down last time and I was alone in that, so I would
Well,
like
that
to.
always happens. That
I
can happen.
understand that.
Madam
That's
Clerk,
why
can you
I'm
help us out on
amending
this
it.
one, please?
Sure. Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Ball. Process-wise and procedurally, it would be best to just vote on the original motion and you could defeat the motion, which would mean that you don't support getting rid of the 50.
Okay, with that, because we definitely don't want to be here till midnight. I'm going to call the question. I'm going to read this motion so we all know what we're voting on here. That staff report CSR 2023-97 implementation of parking program recommendations dated December 6, 2023 be received, and that 1, the council approves the disposition of 50 on-street parking meters with an estimated cost recovery of $103,000 and a loss on disposal of $414,500.
Recorded vote, please.
All right. So this motion as it stands will see 50 of our 70 machines disposed of, leaving 20 behind. That is what this motion is. So if you support getting rid of 50 and keeping 20, you're going to vote in the affirmative. If you don't agree with that statement, then vote in the negative.
May I propose an amendment to that motion and say the disposition of 70?
We have a motion on the floor, so that you cannot amend it right now. That is the joy of motions on the floor.
Okay.
So
know
if this
that.
one, so you know what to do, right? Depending where your heart is on this, you either vote for it or against it. Councillor Prost?
Sorry, before we go to the recorded vote, I want the amended motion to hit the floor. Am I voting yes or no on what's coming up?
If you want the amended motion to hit the
Yes.
floor, you're going to vote against this
Okay,
motion.
thank you.
This thing has to be voted down so that something new can hit the floor. Right now, this is the one that we started the conversation on. That's how it got on the floor. We weren't just talking about the entire report. We were dealing with recommendation by recommendation. Okay, so is everyone clear? If you want to keep 20 machines and get rid of 50, you're going to vote in the affirmative. If you don't want that, never mind what else you want. If you don't want that, then you vote in the negative. Madam CEO, do you have any input on this? I just want to make sure I have clear direction to council on what we're about to vote on.
So through your worship, if you vote this motion down, you would not be able to put an amendment on it because the motion would be defeated. So then it would be a new motion. So if there is the opportunity, yeah, so if you vote this down, there is no amendment coming forward on this one.
Right, it would be a whole new motion.
Yes.
Right, that's correct. There's no ability, very good. So are we clear? Well, you can amend this number. Like right now, it's on the floor, Madam Clerk. If somebody wants to change the number from 50 to 0, that's why I'm getting direction from Madam Clerk. She's the expert on this. Right now, it's 50. But the question's being called and a recorded vote was asked for, and I think the ship has sailed. We're doing a vote here, but you're the expert on this.
Thank you, your worship. If you were to put 0, you're basically defeating the motion.
Right, so let's just continue with the vote. It's very simple. You either want this or you don't, right? So are people clear on what you're voting for? So this motion says we're going to dispose of 50 machines, which by process elimination means there's going to be 20 left over that we're not disposing of. If that doesn't make you happy, vote this down. If you're okay with that, then vote for it. Clear? Is everyone clear? I know this seems a little odd, but I just want to make sure. Everyone's clear. We're getting rid of 50, keeping 20. Yep, I'll read it again. That council approves the disposition of 50 on-street parking meters with an estimated cost recovery of 103 grand and a loss on disposal of 415.5. And just so we're clear on that, we're not actually losing the money right now. We already paid this. So this is all water under the bridge. We bought this like 2 terms ago. This is just being transparent for the taxpayers that we're taking a bath by selling these things because we're not keeping them. But if we have no intent of using them, why keep them? Get something for them, right? So the motion is the council approves the disposition of 50 on-street parking meters with an estimated cost recovery of $103,000 and a loss on disposal of $414,500. Madam Clerk, recorded votes being called. Could you do what you do?
Thank you, your worship. Council, you've heard the question. When I call your name, please say yes or no. Councillor Downer? I think you're on mute.
Abstain.
Oh, no. Councillor East?
No.
Councillor Ball?
No.
Councillor Bald?
Yes.
Councillor Prost?
No.
Councillor McDonald?
No.
Councillor Meredith? And Mayor Gordon?
No.
The motion is defeated. 6-2.
All right, so just so we're clear, we have 70 parking machines. We still own them, okay? We're keeping them all right now until there's some new direction or a new motion. So we're going to move on to number 2, and that is moved by Councillor East, seconded by Councillor Ball. Thank you. That council directs staff to prepare terms of reference for a new ad hoc parking committee to include composition of 2 staff, including 1 administrative, 2 BIA members, 2 council members, 1 public member. So that is a 7-member committee. This is the direction we gave when we disbanded the parking system. They are making it come to life for us. Any comments, questions around this, or do I call the question? It's pretty succinct. Call the question. Very good. Do we need a recorded vote, or are we good with the hand on this one?
Can I have a question?
Oh, absolutely. Councillor Meredith.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. Just wondering about the committee, if we should include, decrease the BIA member by one representative, one member within the downtown core, and then one public member from the outside of the downtown core, and as well with two council members or two staff and administrative. I'm not sure if should we involved someone from outside of the downtown core, because I know in the motion here that it's a public member, but if the public member is in the downtown core, would we want another public member from outside the downtown core to have a perspective on this?
I don't know that we need to be that granular in the way we set the attendance up. When people apply, we could ask them to identify where they live and work, and we could use that as part of our matrix on deciding who's somebody. Because I mean, you may not work in the downtown core, you may live there, or you may live somewhere else but work in the downtown core, or none of the above. Could be me, right? Where I go downtown to dinner. That's about it. So the I don't know that getting super granular like that. We're dealing with basically the numbers and on a macro scale where the people's interests are. Clearly, we need BIA representation. We need somebody who's not connected to the BIA, who can be a little less, biased or whatever you want to call it, because they're not, don't have any skin in the game downtown. And it's important to have the two staff members and one administrative, just so this thing doesn't go down some weird rabbit hole. We need somebody who can actually, herd the cats, as it were, because I expect this committee to be quite lively and to be looking at all kinds of options. And the two council members, because I would like council to be very connected to this, because there's going to be big money involved in whatever the decision is. If the decision is just to keep free parking, that's big money, because we're going to eat that. If the decision is to go buy a new system somewhere else, again, big money. So I think it's really important to keep this committee that doesn't have any, voting power. They're not making the decisions, they're making recommendations. Good representation. I like this number in this format. So if you disagree with the complement of it, then I think we could probably wash that out in the application criteria when we ask for membership, without actually nailing it down and changing the motion. Just a thought.
That's fair. Thank you. I just wanted to appeal to if we picked a public member that was, just on the outskirts of the downtown, but still connected to downtown, we might want someone from further outside the downtown boundaries. So, but if we can work with that, if council feels that's needed, then we can change that.
That's perfect.
All right,
And
thank you.
we're going to decide, we'll get the applicants for this committee, which I'm sure won't have a shortage of, and we'll ultimately decide who sits on it. Sound like a plan? Everybody comfortable voting on this one? All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Abstain? Okay. It's carried. Next, number 3. We're back to the remaining, we're back to 20. So this doesn't change the fact we still own 70, but we're now, depending on this motion, how it goes, we're going to define that 20 are kept and maybe supplemented, or, we add another one, whatever staff determine is the right way to go. So I need a mover and a seconder to get this bad boy on the floor. So Councilor East, seconded by Councilor Meredith. That 20 parking meters be retained to provide a paid parking program at town-owned waterfront parking, which includes the harbor, Bayshore Drive, and Pete Peterson Boat Launch services, until the ad hoc parking committee's recommendations are approved by council. And there's the word "and," but we'll skip that for now. So this says 20 parking meters be retained. I think we can interpret that to believe that 20 of our 70 will be dedicated to this location. Questions, Councillor McDonald?
I propose an amendment to be voted on that we retain 0 parking meters.
Yeah, we're kind of back to that, the counselor ball predicament here, where so by putting 0, you're just defeat this. So I mean, if you don't want to keep these and 0 is your objective, then just vote this motion down. We still
Claire-
own 70 machines though. They're just
But
in limbo.
this says we're retaining 20. If we defeat this, we still own 50. Unless we retain 0.
Technically, we'd own 70 because there's no direction to sell them and get any money back. That motion died. So there is no selling of machines to get money back. This is just directing the 20 be in, the wording was retained because of how it was previously, the previous parts of this. But it means that 20 are going to be kept down for servicing the areas identified in this motion. There's no direction to sell or divest any of our machines given approved right now. Okay, is that clear? Like, did you get how I'm getting there? That we voted down selling any machines, therefore we own 70 and we're simply directing that 20 are used at this place.
I guess it's cat and mouse, Mr. Mayor. We voted down selling 50 of them, so we own 70. We're going to put 20 of them to work and we're still going to own 50. So we're going to keep the machines, is basically.
So far, we haven't divested any machines. Madam CFO, have you got any wisdom to make sure my math is working here? Because it is a bit odd.
But that motion isn't on the floor.
Your worship, I wonder if a friendly amendment would help. And so instead of the word retained, should we use remain in service? And so then council's clearly voting on those 20 machines being in service.
That's how I explained it, but you're right, putting the words so they match the explanation. So Councillor East and Councillor Emeritus, a friendly amendment. Do both of you agree that we're going to replace the word retained with remain? Remain to provide it? Remain in service. So the 20 parking meters remain in service. To provide a paid parking program at town-owned waterfront parking, which includes the harbor, Bayshore Drive, Pete Peterson Boat Launch Services, and the ad hoc parking committee's recommendations are approved by council. Is that clear? So the 20 parking meters remain in service. 20 of our 70 remain in service. Very good. Any more conversation? All right, we'll call the question. Is everybody clear? I know this is like the gymnastics here, mental gymnastics. So the 20 parking meters remain in service. If you're in favor of that, put your hand up. All in favor. The 20 remain in service. And not in favor. It is defeated. Okie dokie. Next. This is the one I thought we were going to be beaten to death, honestly, right now. I need a mover and a seconder to get this bad boy on the floor. Councillor Prost and Councillor Emeritus. All right, this one reads that a special area levy be assessed to all commercial and mixed-use properties within the downtown core as identified in attachment 2 until an alternative cost recovery method related to parking lots in the downtown core is approved by council. So attachment 2, as you will recall, is that diagram that had the box around it that effectively shows the BIA boundary as it exists today. However, as more of a astute of you, and Councillor Emeritus was the first to point it out, the list of addresses and parking lots that are subject to this levy are outside of that box and accurately reflect all of the paid parking installations in the town of Midland right now. So it's a little confusing about that diagram, but we're not going to beat up whoever put it there to confuse us. But the bottom line is any place where there ever was paid parking downtown, there's a cost to having that space. We pay taxes on it, maintenance, blah, 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 everything else that goes with it. That cost can either be assessed to the entire taxpayer base and everyone eats it, it's just a greater good like library and everything else. Or, as is suggested in this motion, a special levy is created that will extract, the way this is worded right now, 100% of those costs from the people that fall in that area. Is that an accurate depiction of this, Madam CFO?
Yes, I should note, however, that that 407 number has now changed based on your last motion. And so again, just quick math, by removing that revenue from the meters and removing the associated software costs that were in the budget, I have math that tells me it's about 486,000 and change.
Thank you. So the amount that were estimated for all the building owners to have to pay has just gone up significantly, but that doesn't change what we're asking for direction here, is that we're basically asking to put the entire cost of operating, breaking even a free parking system, in quotes, in the town of Midland, be borne entirely by the people in the downtown core. As you saw, I had an amendment floating around that we're not talking about yet that, would see that basically defeated, which all you got to do is defeat this motion. And the only other place that those costs are coming from is the broader tax base, which of course is going to also change that number that we saw on our estimate. And we're not going to be at 4.76 blended anymore. We're probably going to be at 5.35 or something. I'm making it up, but it's going to go up. So rather than dealing with any amendments, is there an appetite to, in any way, shape, or form, attribute the costs of free, in air quotes, parking to the people who are in the downtown core, or is it a greater good for you? If it's greater good, you're going to vote this down. If you think, yep, they are the beneficiaries of it, they should pay, you vote for it. That's kind of my simple way of explaining this point. Open for conversation, but I tried to lay it out simple. Councillor East.
Thank you, through your work. Putting this levy on downtown businesses will absolutely destroy what they have left. I'll note one thing for sure that I'm sure most of us don't realize, but coming up in January 1st is the Ontario Small Business Relief Grant, which was given to many stores during COVID to get them through COVID. Many stores never recovered from COVID, and many stores never recovered from the parking fiasco downtown. So the thing is that they're coming up on a $60,000 loan that's due if they don't pay a percentage of it back before January 1st. Now, many stores, I can tell you, even a $500 loss will close their doors. If we put this on the downtown businesses, not only will they close doors, but they will also leave downtown and move up to the highway where it's free parking. The thing is that downtown business actually draws in tourism grossly, because nobody's going to come down to downtown Midland if there is no stores downtown Midland. So there is huge benefits to our entire Midland having and supporting the downtown businesses. So what I'm just pointing out is a little bit of compassion toward the weight that they're carrying, especially come January 1st, and the inability to afford what's going to come down.
Thank you. And I'll just remind council that in the report, there are two alternatives attached to this levy, both of which involve creating a levy, which is what this current motion on the floor is talking about. One of them is a one-time, so we cost recover from the downtown core entirely, one time. The other one is a 50-50 split, where it's split evenly between the downtown core people identified in that box. Well, not that box, but you know what I mean, what the spirit of the box is. And the other 50% is on the shoulders of all the 18,000 people that live in our town. So it's a 50-50 split. That is an alternative that could be proposed, but it ties in with this one. You can't have the 50-50 split if there is no levy. So just for council's consideration while we're having our discussion, that is on the report. It's not an amendment. It's in there as an option. Councillor Prost?
So downtown merchants are already paying taxes. If there was a 50-50 split, then they're paying like another 50% of the levy on top of the taxes they're already paying?
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Prost. Effectively, yes, right? So they would be paying 50% of their share of the parking levy. In addition to their regular taxes plus 50% of the parking, right? Which essentially their tax rate is going up because of parking. And then they're also paying that 50% parking levy. You could argue they're paying twice.
Mhm. Okay, I just want to say that I would never support putting that on them at all. I think people wanted paid parking or unpaid parking, not just the merchants downtown, but our residents, and they're getting free parking for a year at least, I guess, until we can figure something out. I think it should be spread to everybody. Unfortunately, I mean, it's not good for anybody's taxes to go up, but it is what it is, and we're doing our best here, but I would never, ever put it all on downtown. They're already paying enough.
Perfect. Going left here, Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I can speak to this now as the additional suggestion council has in there for the parking pass system. So I did mention it before, and I just wanted to know, does that $12,000 cover all the passes in the system? And do you think that having any resident, non-resident passes to be sold, that would offset the cost of parking in general and provide a profit margin?
I hate to do this to you. That's out of scope. We are talking about whether we're going to create a levy or not about a new revenue source.
This is on their suggestion under that in the report.
Right, but the question's on the floor. We're not just talking about the report in general. The question is levy, no levy.
Yeah, I just wanted to get accurate information as if we could make money off of a system that they asked for to make that just choice.
I don't think we can do this. Like we have a motion on the floor that is very succinct. Whether we make money or lose money or make a dollar, if there's a loss, the levy will recover that loss. So if you don't support having a special levy where the loss, because we're going to call it loss, is paid for by building owners downtown to any degree, then you need to vote this thing down. And then whatever losses will be evenly spread throughout the tax base, including the people downtown, right? Because they pay taxes. Is that clear?
What is not clear is why I can't discuss what they're asking in the report, because they're saying that this is what they're asking for us to vote this. But in the report that they're asking for this, they've given us these options to discuss. Can we not discuss them?
The motion is on the floor for this option number 4, and the option number 4 is that a levy be created. Like we have to speak to the motion that's on the floor. The stuff in the report is what you use to decide whether you support the recommendations. And so this question's on the floor. Like I'm not trying to be difficult. It's just the way it works. So, and again, asking people hypothetically if you think you can make money, like that's not really a fair question for people here, because it depends on if people use it and what their user experience is like. If they pay cash, we pay more to collect that money because we have to go collect the cash. You know, like there's so many there. It's really unfair and impossible for the staff to answer that with any accuracy, to give you any sense of whether you should support something or not. And I just think it's like they may tell you what you want to hear, or they may tell you what you don't want to hear, but nobody can answer the hypothetical tonight, especially about parking usage. So, levy or no levy? That is the question. Shall I call the question, or is there any missing clarity? Any staff need to pipe in? Or is everyone clear on are we asking the right question here? Mr. Campbell?
I think that just for clarification, what Councillor Ball's talking about is an option for a new revenue source. And in the report that talks about to be discussed at budget time. So the recommendation on the floor is a levy or no levy. Now, and you decide on that. Now during budget, you have to deal with, are you going to raise money through parking through another levy, that's not this decision today. That's something I would let you leave to talk about at budget deliberations. But you
Yeah,
would have
the-
already made the decision that a new levy wouldn't be against the businesses if you turned down this motion.
Yeah, that's good advice. Any new revenue stream is totally in scope at budget time. God knows we need them, especially because we've abandoned this one and we're taking a bath, no matter how we look at it. So, all right. And just, Mr. Parkinson.
Thank you, Worship. Just one quick comment. Should council decide to not have a levy in place, that could be an option that the committee that you've established reviews and considers and then reports back as well. So if that is turned down, it could always be part of the committee's review to revisit that and come back with some more concrete numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. That's good advice. And for what it's worth, I haven't been chiming in on most of this stuff other than trying to keep us herded here. I don't support a levy that 100% recovers costs from the downtown building owners, and never did. Even when this levy concept, just to be completely transparent with everybody, was my idea. Having a special levy, just to be absolutely clear. That's why it appeared on the report. I asked for it to be there so that we could talk about it. And I fully expected us to come up with some percentage. And in my heart, I was thinking 75-25 or something like that. 50-50 appeared as a staff recommendation, which, I mean, no one can argue that that's not fair. That's as fair as any ratio ever was. But hearing the feedback that I have from the downtown merchants, considering what I'm hearing from my peers on council, I no longer support right now any type of levy on the downtown. This is going to hurt. This is going to raise taxes. But that is why we have this committee. And that's why I asked for the committee to be formed and you supported it, because we're going to let people who aren't us at large decide what makes sense to recover the costs from this, whether it's a whole new system or maybe the juice isn't worth the squeeze. We just keep it on the taxes and call it free parking in Midland and we all eat it. But that's what the committee's for. So I will be voting down this evening because I am not content to pass 100% of these costs along to our downtown core. I love our downtown and support our downtown. That feels wholly unfair. The concept of a levy, though, I will own entirely because that was why it was on there, just so no one throws any shade at staff. Okay, it's a responsible thing to do in my mind. So call the question. Our Councillor Emeritus.
Thank you. Mayor Gordon, I had a lot to say on number 4, so I just want to get a little bit in. Just a comment. The downtown is the heart and soul of any community, and if and a levy should be borne by all, instead of pinpointing it on the businesses. So that's just a comment, and I think we'll be making the right decision here. Thank you.
Okay, so all those in favor of a levy, put your hand up. Those opposed? For what it's worth, defeated. Okay. So the next time we talk about, the budget, there's going to be some big new numbers on it. And we can come up with new motions at budget time on the fly with a mover and seconder to try and find ways to bring that number down. Okay, so you've got between now and our January meetings to start crafting up solutions, options like parking passes, any revenue stream that doesn't see us using machines. I know we own the machines, but they're not going to be in play because we've discontinued the paid parking system with machines, although we now own 70. And we're presumably going to turn off the subscription for the cloud, because why would we burn that money every month? Because we don't have a paid parking system anymore, but we own machines. And whether we bag them, turn the power off, which I think is going to confuse people because they'll think the thing's defective and they'll walk down to the next one and then the next one and they'll be like, what the hell's the matter with Midland? All these machines are broken. All right, so I think that the responsible thing to do is unbolt these things because the ship sailed, it's over. If we want to sell them like next year, once we come up with a new plan, we may get 5 cents on the dollar instead of 18, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. So up next on the agenda, because we're not doing parking anymore, or did you have a a procedural question or something, Councillor Emeritus?
Just a quick question on the budget and what you're saying. So on the budget with this new number, and this is a question for Madam CFO, will we get this kind of chart with the breakdown of the new number? Or is it just going to be just the one big number of 480, then we'll discuss it at budget? I'll be asking for a breakdown, by the way.
Through your worship to Councillor Meredith. So I'm kind of been debating back and forth in my head of whether I change the budget document that you're supposed to get on Friday for tonight's decision, or whether it becomes part of that staff report that I mentioned that goes with the budget deliberations. I think the change now is appropriate. I think an explanation of the change needs to happen, and that won't happen until that budget report because it's too late in the game. Can I update those figures based on those numbers that I mentioned earlier? The 407 that becomes 486. Yes, that's sort of an easy change so that the printed budget document will have the impact of tonight's decision in it. But yeah, if you want sort of further detail, that will have to wait.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. It makes sense because what we did tonight made material change to the budget, and it wouldn't make sense to try and not talk about it now if we have the ability to edit it. So thank you for that. All right, section 18 of our committee of the whole. We're still in committee of the whole. No, what did I forget?
Your worship, you forgot the 6th Street parking.
Oh, my goodness. That's right. We pulled 6th Street. How dare I? That is a contentious topic, almost as contentious as parking. So that is right. And it's not on my on-screen one. So, all right. So that staff report, I'll need to get a mover and seconder to get the 6th Street parking on the floor. Who's loving that one? Councillor Frost and Councillor East. My East and West councillors here. That staff report CSR 2023-90 6th Street parking review dated December 6, 2023 be received, and that 1, the council amends parking bylaw 2021-24 to maintain the park prohibited parking, but modify the times to Monday to Friday, 8 to 5 from September to June to reflect the hours of operation of the school as shown in attachment 2 of the staff report CSR 2023-90. This one is probably worth, before we dive into questions, it might be worth getting staff to comment on this because there was I think some valid questions about the survey, maybe lessons learned on how we did the survey because the staff report does not align with the most popular output of the survey. Let's just deal with the elephant in the room and then talk to the rationale of why the staff report's on the floor and then let questions come from council. Does that make sense, council? Don't want to stifle conversation, but we want to have good context first. So take it away, staff.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to members of council, I'll just comment that the reason we didn't go with what the most popular answer in the survey was safety, was for safety of the children attending Mundy's Bay Public School. We needed to balance that with the request of the residents in that neighborhood that wanted more on-street parking. We think we found a good compromise here. The safeties remain in place for the students, and during off-school hours, there'll be more than 3/4 of that street available for parking, and so all summer long, in the evenings, holidays, so we thought that was a good compromise. So that's why we didn't go with what the most popular answer was, but it was all to do with safety.
So just to add some color to that, next time we did this, we wouldn't include an option that if people voted for it, in the soft vote of the public realm, would introduce a safety hazard. We just would eliminate that as one of the options. And if they said, why don't you have this as an option? We would have said, because it's a safety hazard. But instead we did have it on the thing. People liked it, they voted for it, and that's why the number was high. But in the final analysis, it was deemed to be ill-advised. So that's our takeaway. So no one's getting a beating on this one. It's just kind of like, oops, But that's the way I look at it anyway. Hopefully you don't take it as criticism.
Hot chocolate.
Counselor Downer, your mic's on. Okay. Well, hopefully you don't, because that wasn't meant that way. I just wanted to clear the air for anybody who's like, what the heck? All right, why did you ask us if you're not gonna take our advice? Which is a valid question. All right, Council. Counselor McDonald.
Thank you. And thank you for the report. I was a little bewildered why it went out to as a survey to begin with. When this first came up, the response I got from staff, I can't remember specifically who, said, oh, we have to study all the schools' parking situation. So I accepted that. That wasn't taken into consideration. They went for a survey. So I studied all the school parking situations. Ottawa Street, where Bayview School is, Old Penetanguishene Road, which is Monsignor Castick's, and Sacred Heart School on Elizabeth Street. They all have 15-minute parking anytime. Well, some say anytime. Some of them just say 15-minute parking, the length of the school property. Off of the other side of the road is no parking, and a lot of those streets, when it's not in front of school there's only no parking on one side of the street, not both sides. This option can be enforced. 15 minutes. You can't sit there for 4 hours or staff park there while they go to work. So in front of the Georgian Bay District High School, there's no parking Monday to Friday, 9 to 4. Well, their school hours now are 8 to 2. So that's kind of defeats the purpose. And St. Teresa's on Galloway, Manly, there's parking on one side of the streets. So I don't, I'm not totally convinced that option 2 that they're recommending will ensure the safety of the public. I don't know how that ensures the safety of the students when the students are in school, when you're allowing no parking. So I'm suggesting that we consider the 15-minute parking on the length of the school, and just parking allowed the balance on one side of the street. I cannot support a recommendation that cannot be enforced. And there's no way that this suggestion would be enforced, especially at 8:30, 8:45, and 3 o'clock. They will park there. So I am not going to support this. And my other comment is, have we seriously approached the Simcoe County Board of Education? Because it's their problem. They don't provide enough parking for their staff. The turnaround that's in front of the school is blocked. They do have a bus turnaround on 7th Street, but there's enough property there. It's their problem that we're dealing with. And I think we have to have some serious conversations, not necessarily with the principal of the school, but with the board. I do believe the trustee's name is Mr. Talbot. So I will not support this motion. And I'm also a little bewildered whether the signage perfectly reflects what the bylaw says, but I'll study that more. Thank you.
Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you, Your Worship. So in terms of the question, if staff will enforce this, yes, we will enforce it. Through my past experience with the Township of Tay, we regularly attended Tay Shores Public School there to enforce parking infractions. And it was actually a lot worse than this one. So bylaw staff will go out and enforce bylaws. We did provide comment that we would be reviewing some of the schools. Unfortunately, when we started to review it, if we were going to do any changes, we were hoping to have if there was going to be any changes in the summer, to give that to the school board so that they could advise the parents. So unfortunately, we missed that window for this school year. Staff feel that, this modified parking timing and time of year and time of day would solve some of the concerns of the residents on that street. A 15-minute restriction for parking is mainly just drop the kids off so they can get into the school. Whereas this one here, it's people that are wanting to stay there for the day, visit a friend. So we feel that the proposal that we have before council for this modification will address those concerns that we heard, and at the same time ensure that as bylaw manager Smiley indicated, the safety of the children. If this was a street that did not have a school on it, I don't think we'd be having this conversation. It wouldn't. We would be modifying it and treating it probably a lot like any other street. But it's mainly because there's a school there that we need to make sure that the safety of the students that are attending that school, whether they're being dropped off by their parents or walking to the school, are being protected. We also have to ensure that emergency vehicles can access that street. A resident on that street may not be very happy if there's parking going on that street all day long, every single day of the year, and an ambulance or a fire truck can't get down to make a service call. So we feel that this would be beneficial. This would provide, like I said, that relief for the residents on that street, and at the same time ensure that the safety of the students at the school is being maintained. Thank you.
Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I do think that when Bonnie presented to us, talking about her getting parking pass or parking tickets for visitors not being able to park in front of her house, like I agree that this is a good solution to that, to remove that parking prohibited and make it during school hours. I do think that also stops people from parking there with the safety of students in mind, but I do think there should be a 15-minute sign there to allow parents to drop their kids off, because I know I'm not at Mundy's Bay School. My kids are at another school, but I definitely have to park on the street too, because there's nowhere to park within the school and it's prohibited to even park on school grounds. So I think that giving parents tickets for having to drop their kids off at school, that's not ideal either. So I do think there needs to be that buffer in there to be able to allow that. I think it's a good solution though, to allow residents to be able to park in front of their homes.
Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you, Worship, to Councillor Ball. Are you referencing the 15-minute mainly for the school drop-off? So, I mean, one option could be that council amends the 8 a.m. to, if school starts at 8:30, to, amend that to 8:30. So that way it provides that buffer for parents to have that drop off. If that's the concern is around the drop off and pickup times, that those times there could be amended to reflect that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. I think that if we pass this and we're giving out tickets to parents parking there, like they don't have an option. They have to park there, especially Mundy's Bay. I know a lot of people don't want to walk their kids down Yonge Street. I know that the bus threshold for kids being able to get the bus is very far, especially if you have a 3 or 4-year-old starting in kindergarten. It's not an option to not allow parents to drop their kids off, and we will get complete pushback on this if we pass this the way it is. So I think I would love to amend it to allow that.
All right, well, happy to throw the amendment on there. That's exactly what this kind of thing does. So we can, maybe we'll have a bit more discussion and then we could put the amendment on the floor and see if there's appetite to change it. Just as I go to Councillor Emeritus, just for full disclosure, I was one of those parents for both of my kids who were in French immersion. And I routinely lined 7th Street collecting and dropping off. So I know how congested and bananas it is. And I also know the frustration of the residents when people block driveways, or at the Chinese restaurant, they just fill that parking lot. People can't get in or out. So definitely the way status quo isn't working. So I do commend staff for suggesting something new. If we need to tweak it a little bit to satisfy council, that's what we're here to do. So Councillor Emeritus.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon, through you to I guess either Steve or Mr. Smiley or Mr. Parkinson. So I did reach out to Ms. Brebner regarding you know, her concerns just a couple days ago. She is, if you look on the map on attachment 2, she lives at 311 6th Street. And I believe when she got the ticket, she was in front of 315 6th Street, which is not even in the, which on this map indicates that you can park there. I did email some questions in, didn't receive any response back, mainly probably why we're going to discuss it right now. The one thing that can alleviate a lot of confusion on this is, and in the question I had is, why wouldn't we, like, if you look at 7th Street on the east side of 7th Street, it's all in orange, which is no parking. Why isn't it an option for on the east side of 6th Street to mimic the same no parking, and then on the school side, on the west side of 6th Street, it be parking. Therefore, the residences in front of the school, if they need extra, if they have visitors during the afternoon, they can park on that side of the street. And currently, there is no enforcement because they're talking to Ms. Brebner. There still hasn't been enforcement, and the parents are parking on both sides of the street, so it does have an impact with if emergency vehicles have to go through, and a safety issue from kids crossing on the east side of 6th Street. So if we just put no parking right along the east side of 6th Street, wouldn't that be an option? Or I'm assuming there's a reason why that is not there.
Through your worship to Councillor Meritus, I believe that stop prohibited on the east side of 6th Street was put in to kind of prevent parents from pulling over to the right, dropping off their children who would have to cross into a live lane of traffic, and to encourage them to, but maybe the case is that they can't go into this parking lot. I'm not sure. I have seen some schools block off access to the lot, but it looks like on the map there, it's almost a kiss and ride there off of 6th Street with an entrance and an exit. So I'm pretty confident that stop prohibited was put there for the safety of the children, so they wouldn't be dropped off by their parents and have to cross the street, and to encourage them to go into the kiss and ride.
Right.
There is.
Yeah, there is that thing. Well, they block it off, but there is one. Yeah, they block it off though, because they don't want cars parked in there. Well, okay, that's not really an act, yeah. They block it off, but there is one, just to be clear. Councillor Meredith?
So I'm just not quite clear on why. So if there's no parking on the east side of 6th, then there shouldn't be a safety issue because there's no parking, and therefore all the cars will be parked for pickup right up through 6th Street, right all the way up to Hugo, and basically mimic what 7th Street looks like. What's the reasoning for that? So there shouldn't be a safety issue because no one's crossing the street because there's no parking. So everybody exiting the school goes right into the passenger side of the door, or what have you. And isn't that a lot simpler than having, the time frame? And then therefore, you're satisfying both the pickup and the drop off, and you're satisfying the residents.
Through your worship, can you just repeat that? Dave and I were just looking at one of the maps. Sorry.
Option 3? No. No, so basically, why isn't the no parking, the orange line going up 7th Street, right, on the east side, put that on 6th Street. So the east side, on Sixth Street would be all no parking, and the west side would be there. You know, you don't even need a colored line other than that little red line down below. You could put that in orange as well. And then it would be parking for the residences on Sixth Street to satisfy them and safely get, for the school and the kids to enter into the vehicles when their parents are picking up. So has that been considered?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Meredith, are you suggesting like the stop prohibited on the east side of Sixth Street in red? Changing that to park prohibited? And then what's going on the west side? Yeah, just like this.
But that small red block would still be no parking because I believe you have to turn on to Young left or right. Like on the west side of Sixth, just below the yellow line.
Absolutely, it's an option, and if that's the will of council, we can make that happen.
I'm just wondering if does that make sense? Or is there a safety issue? Or I don't see any issues with that one. Thank you.
Just
no restrictions on the park.
Counselor Ball? Oh, sorry, just before you start, Mr. Campbell?
Couple councils ago, this issue was also in front of council. And although we're talking about the issues with the school there, one of the reasons that the no parking was adopted was because the staff at the villa across the street, where there isn't sufficient parking, were parking on Sixth Street all day long. And that was why we took away the parking, was because we had the school problem, plus we had the villa staff parking that was creating the bottleneck and the safety hazards. So the villa, you know, was going through a transformation, or will be going through a transformation, but I just wanted to bring to council's attention, part of if you allow parking to happen again, some of the parking that's going to happen won't be because of the school, it'll be because of employees across the street.
Thanks. It's good to have that context. That does ring true now. I remember that. And the villa, I mean, eventually will be moving, but there'll be something else in that space and they will still work there and need parking. So we got to learn from the past. Councillor Ball. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. The 15-minute parking, the length of the school property, and maybe a little beyond, closer to Hugo, will avoid staff from being able, or anybody else that's working in the area, to be able to park there. Having people allowed to park on the west side, which is the side the school's on, of Sixth Street, as Councillor Meredith proposes, would certainly help. I cannot envision bylaw officers going there at 3 o'clock when parents are picking up their kids and starting to issue tickets. It's just not feasible. I know you try, but it's just not feasible. You'd have to have, there's a lot of cars there, but if there's 15-minute parking and they're there for 4 hours, that's feasible. 7th Street, I know for a fact that staff parks there, and nobody's like, can we please address the school board and strike up a conversation? They have a big piece of property there. They can spend some safety money for their staff and students, or find out why we can't use the drop-off semicircle. Why is that blocked off? But right now, I will propose that we do 15-minute parking on the west side for the length of the school property, and try no parking for the other length But definitely no parking on the east side. That's what I'm suggesting is worth a try. The 15-minute parking works at the other schools. No, I'm getting a look. I live on Ottawa, like off Ottawa, and it's busy, but it works.
Counselor Ball.
Are you suggesting that we have the no parking during school hours or no parking in general?
No parking on the east side of 6th Street. Just 15-minute parking on the length of the school property so that parents can legally stop and pick up their children. And then parking allowed closer to the other end to what you go, so that most streets in Midland have parking allowed on one side of the street. So it's worth a try to me.
I was just wanting clarification on that because I think that will negate the entire issue that she brought forward as her visitors are being ticketed for parking there. So I think that during certain hours is a good idea. But I think that, yes, you do need that 15 minutes to allow parents to be able to drop off. But without that, you can't ticket parents for dropping their kids off.
Counselor Meredith.
Thank you, Mayor Gordon. Just on the comments from Councillor McDonald, I think you could do a 15-minute drop off, but it doesn't help the residents with their parking problem. And this is why it came in front of council. So if we do a 15-minute drop off and the length of the school and fairly you can go all the way up, but basically I would be giving each address on 6th Street a lanyard type hanger from their, that they have a parking option for their guests that they could hang in the rear view mirror or something to give them access to parking for their guests if they don't have enough room in their driveway. So this is what we're here for. We're here for a solution for the residents of 6th Street. So if we go back to the orange line, which I described earlier, and have 15-minute drop off along 6th Street, but with the exception of giving the residents one type of pass that they could have in their household to give to their residents to stick on their, their dash or hanging from their rear view mirror, so they don't get ticketed. So that could be an option to satisfy the residents, and that's what we're here for.
I think that's a slippery slope, Counselor. Ottawa, I mean, before my kids went to Money's Bay, they were at Bayview, and that is a mental street when it's time for drop-off kids. All kinds of people in all neighborhoods would want this pass now. All these houses have driveways. Park your guest in your driveway, right? Like, to start doing mental gymnastics here and start building a pass that has to hang on, that's going to add cost and complexity, and everyone's going to want one before you know it. I think we're going down the wrong path. I think we're bending over backwards to accommodate one person who clearly does have a problem. I get it. And I'm not trivializing that, but putting in a whole framework that's custom made for this neighborhood just seems like a complete overreach. I mean, if we really want to have some kind of material impact on traffic flow around this school, we make one street one way, and one street one way the other way. Now we don't have to worry about kids trotting across because cars can only go in one direction, and you'd stop in the middle of the road and drop your kid off. Everyone stops behind you. Like, we could really fiddle. That's not an option, but I'm just saying, like, rather than trying to get a custom solution for this school, all schools to one degree or another are impacted by this. It's all over Canada, not just in Midland. And I agree to Councillor McDonald's point. The school board needs to take some ownership of this. They've got a great big play area that twice a day could be filled with cars. They could do angled parking, or they could build a loop, giant loop. They have the real estate, but instead they're deferring to us to come up with a solution. And now here we are solutioning on the fly. And I don't think this is really productive. If we're not content really with any of these solutions, let's not make a knee-jerk change. Let's leave it and have staff do some more studying about it, because there's no urgency. This problem has existed since this school was built, and it will continue to exist for a few more months while staff take away our comments and suggestions and see if there's another solution, rather than trying to whip something up on the fly tonight. But that would be my suggestion, but for what it's worth.
Clarification on your suggestion, Mayor Gordon. Are you suggesting we defer the report or defeat?
Defeating we'd have to bring it back then.
Yeah.
I think
so-
we just defer this.
Yes.
And staff have heard all of this. Mr. Campbell, does that make sense? Or is there any value in that? Because we've already kind of beat up the options.
To the comment around the school board, maybe council makes a recommendation concerning the school board. I have met with the school board years ago. They at one point had money in the budget to expand the parking lot there. They've chosen to this point not to do it. One of their issues was cutting down the mature trees was the problem, and they didn't want to cut down the mature trees to make the parking lot. But I think if council wishes to push the school board, I would recommend council adopt a motion that addresses something with the school board.
So, Madam Clerk, would it make sense to defeat this? And do we cause ourselves grief bringing it back later? Or do we defer this with direction to approach the school board and express our displeasure with status quo, and they need to play a role in this rather than dumping it on us?
So through to your worship, if you defer this, it will come back in the same way that it is today. There is the option to ask staff to look at different options and come back with a new report to council. And you could add on to that, and to look into meeting with the school board. But I think your better motion would be to ask staff to relook at other options and come back in the future with a different report. Or with another report.
So this motion is on the floor right now, so we would effectively vote this motion down, and then we would receive this report for information. And whatever the new options are won't be this option, so we don't have to technically revisit it. There'll be something new coming to us in the staff report. Is that an accurate assessment? Because this exact motion that we could vote down right now will not reappear, because that would be the same recommendation, which clearly isn't working. So are we safe to vote this down without causing us drama and having to revisit later?
Through your worship, the clerk is just doing her magic and thinking.
Magic fingers. We will take a little pause here and then let her do her magic on this.
Well,
I just
Go
had
ahead.
a quick, sorry. I just had a quick comment that in speaking with Mrs. Bremner, she did try to contact the principal 2 times, and he did not respond to her messages. Thank you.
And if I may, I would like to put forward that recommendation to staff that we start having some serious conversations with the school board. That comes after we vote on this, or as a result of, or whatever the format might be.
Mr. Parkinson?
Thank you, Worship. One thing, if residents are looking to contact the school and they're not having success contacting the school directly, contact the school trustee. Robin Talbot is the elected school trustee. And you can contact that individual who will hopefully provide that guidance to the school board and have some discussions. But even as Executive Director Campbell indicated how there was discussions in the past about expanding parking lots, I ran into the same issue in Tay, where the municipality was offering land to the school to expand their parking lot, and they turned it down. They did not want it. And it just compounded the parking issue there. So schools are always a challenge for parking. And that's just one part of the issue on this street, because yes, we have the school for the parking for the school, but we also have the residents that live there that are looking for parking options as well. In looking at this particular street, the driveways, as his worship indicated, are fairly large. Some of these driveways can fit at least 4 cars in them. So where I live, there's large driveways as well, and people just don't want to park in their driveway for whatever reason. They want to park on the street. They don't want to get boxed in. They don't want to have tandem parking where they can't get in and out. So, but there is definitely parking with these particular residential lots that they can accommodate it on their own individual off-street parking sites. So, just wanted to point that out as well. Thank you.
Thanks. We hit the witching hour, so we have to pass a motion, but I do appreciate those comments. Because at the end of the day, if you have too many cars that fit on your parking, that shouldn't be for us to do gymnastics and make signs all over the place and restrictions and whatever. Get less cars or buy a bigger house. Like, come on, right? So, moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Meredith, that pursuant to section 6.2E of Procedure Bylaw 2022-2, council agrees to remain in session past 10 PM in order to deal with the remaining items included on the agenda. All those in favor? Any opposed? Usual, carried. Okay. Madam Clerk, are you still wordsmithing something? Okay, very good. We'll just continue bantering amongst ourselves, but yeah. Just an update for anyone watching. We're just getting an amended motion crafted, so we're just sitting here waiting for that to happen. You're not missing anything good. All right, council, I have, based on our conversation on Sixth Street, I have an amending motion, which will effectively trump the motion that's on the floor right now. I need a mover and a seconder for the amending motion, but just to get on the floor here, Councillor Prost and Councillor Meritus. All right, so this amending motion is that staff investigate new options with respect to parking on Sixth Street, and that staff prepare correspondence to the school board requesting that the school board add parking or resolve the parking on the school property at Mundy's Bay School. If this passes, the original one's toast. That's the parliamentary equivalent of, so Do we need to have any discussion on this, or does it satisfy us based on our lengthy conversation? All right, we'll call the question. All in favor? It is, and any opposed? It is carried. Bada bing, bada boom. All right. At long last, moved by Councillor Ball. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything. I am. Notices of motion, 18. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. I'm going to put a notice of motion in that staff provide a report to council to investigate the costs of installing lights at Galloway Park and also the cost to expand the soccer fields.
Okay, so that will appear on our next regular council meeting agenda, which should be like the 17th or something of January, just before we get into budget. Councillor Downer.
Yes, Your Worship, I have 3 notices of motion. The first notice is to deal with outside burning. I have a group of residents that want us to revisit that bylaw. I understand it may be to no avail, but they'd like us to revisit it anyway because they're having problems with smoke filling their homes and people burning oil rags and gas rags, and they want to be heard. So I'd like to put that on the next agenda, as well as portable shelters that you use for putting your boats and your cars in, where they are located on lots. I'm not sure whether there's anything in place on that, but if there is, I'd like to see if we can pull it and research it. And also, they've just finished putting across a community safety zone for Monsignor Catholic School on Howard Street and Penetangwisheen Road. Kids are still not getting across there. Cars are not stopping for them. There's a group of residents that want hand signals there where they can push a button to stop the cars to cross the street. They will come to council and deputate, but I want to get that on the table one more time for review. And that's all I have this evening. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Will you provide written wording of each of those 3 notices of motion to the clerk so they can appear on the January agenda?
Will do.
Thank you very much. And is it safe to assume that the deputation regarding the fully signalized crosswalk proponents will also ask to be on the January agenda so that your motion will follow their deputation?
No, not at this time. They will not be on. They will not be on the agenda in January.
So we're just going to deal with the motion on its own.
That's correct.
Very good. Duly noted, Madam Clerk. I think that's a record. 4 notices of motion in the one section here. 3 from Councillor Downer. Anybody else? I used to carry the record for that last term. I've settled down. All right, number 19, general announcements. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Thank you. I just would like to share with my fellow councillors and well, the mayor knows that I did attend the county council meeting as the alternate. Sadly, the town of Midland deputy mayor seat was declared vacant. But it was a very interesting learning experience. The 2024 budget passed, which I didn't see one figure, but it did pass. The variety of subject matter, waste collection, paramedic services, tourism, long-term care, and social and housing services it's a little mind-boggling for the first meeting, although I was looking at I do skim their agendas, but just wanted to share that I did have that experience, and our mayor does an excellent job there representing us, as they all try and fight for their municipalities.
Thank you very much. Flattery will get you everywhere. But we do try hard down there. And Jack was, Deputy Mayor Khan he was a real battle axe down there too. He was great. Anyone else with an announcement? I got a couple, just a shout out for the MCC, or were you ready? Oh, right after me then. So the Midland Cultural Center has a plethora of Christmas themed events happening over the next week and a half. So for every kind of attraction, then there's the food drive that's ongoing, of course, down there. Santa Claus visit on December 9th, 10:30 and 1:30. The Good Lovelies have their Christmas concert, two of them, a matinee at 3 p.m. on the 9th and also 8 p.m. ABBA has a Christmas show, not the real ABBA, but wannabe ABBA, but still it's supposed to be amazing. And very Cassie and Maggie Christmas is on the 11th at 7 p.m. Elvis Christmas, he will be in the building. December 14th at 7:30, followed by the Duffel Bag Theater Christmas Carol on December 16th at 1:30 for a matinee for the family and the kids. So lots to do at our MCC. If you're looking for a place to go other than shopping, I mean, please shop, support local, but MCC is right downtown and they've got all kinds of amazing events, musical and theater and whatnot. So support them. And if you haven't been in the MCC in a while, check it out. It's an awesome building that we own and that we're going to be paying the insurance for again. So please use it to make it worthwhile. Oh, but, well, that's subject to debate, but I would expect, yes, that ask will be on the budget. So Councillor Marinus.
I just want a quick big thank you to the BIA and the town of Midland and the operations staff for the excellent performance of the Christmas tree lighting downtown Midland. It was such a success, and with all Santa was there, and the tree looked spectacular. The downtown was lit up, and a lot of positive feedback on that. I was serving hot chocolate, and we ran out, and I had I went to Tim Hortons and a big thank you to Tim Hortons as they gave us supplied us with the fifth batch of hot chocolate, and the first four was from Georgian Bakery downtown. So so I was down there while they plugged in the countdown to the tree lighting. So I missed it all. I missed the caroling and so forth. But everybody loved the hot chocolate, and the whole event was a huge success. And the BIA really appreciated the town's help on putting up the garlands and the lights, and everything just looked fantastic. So just wanted a quick point that out. Thank you all around, and great job.
Here, our downtown looks amazing. The BIA killed it this year, and it's beautiful to see the snowflakes out with the new brackets to hang on everything. They just have done an incredible job. They're fulfilling their mandate in beautifying the downtown. They are totally killing it. And the Seventan Santa Claus parade was a hoot too. Lots of fun. And you got away with not singing carols with me at the Christmas tree lighting. Yeah, he had to go get hot chocolate instead of coming to sing carols. So yeah, well played, Councillor Meredith. But at any rate, maybe next year. All right, moving on. Number 20, motion to close the committee of whole and resume formal session. I've got a motion here moved by Councillor Ball, seconded by Councillor Prost, that the committee of whole rise and report. All those in favor? Opposed? It is carried. Next, moved by Councillor East, seconded by Councillor McDonald, that the recommendations of the committee of the whole for the meeting on December 6, 2023 be adopted as resolutions of council. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. And this is a notice of motion from Councillor Prost. So we're now moving on to motions for which notice was given, section 22.1. I have it moved by Councillor Prost and seconded by somebody on the floor, Councillor Meredith. The council directs staff to give regular updates at monthly council meetings on the progress made in the preparation of the RFP and ongoing status updates for Midland Bay Landing located at 288 Bayshore and 420 Bayshore Drive, Midland, Ontario, L4R5M9. And that any questions that may arise from council be taken into consideration for discussion at that time. Councillor Prost, since this is your motion, would you like to speak to it? It's pretty self-explanatory, but please do tell.
It is self-explanatory. I just want to do this for our benefit and for the benefit of the public. so that we have an idea what's going on. If there's nothing going on to report, then that would be the report. Just to keep everybody in the loop as much as possible so that it doesn't just kind of get lost in waiting. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Very good. And I expect we'll see some money in the budget for the consultant that will help Mr. Campbell write this report or the RFP. And of course, we'll see the RFP before it goes out, and so will the public. That's the joy of doing all this in council rather than through a development corporation. When we see it, you'll see it, our one member in the audience and the folks watching online. Anybody with any comments or questions before I call it? All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. All right, we're just about done. Section 23, moved by Councillor Ball, seconded by Councillor Downer, that the following three bylaws, bylaw 2023-64, appoint municipal law enforcement officers for the purpose of enforcing parking and snow removal bylaws within the town of Midland, and bylaw 2023-65, rezone lands described as part lot 1012, concession 12, geographic township of Tay, town of Midland, county of Simcoe, being municipally known as 823 King Street. And bylaw 2023-66 authorized the sale of municipally owned lands described as concession 3 Tay, part lot 20, RP 51R 25728, parts 1 and 2. Wouldn't want to put that on a postcard. In the town of Midland, known municipally as 415 William Street, be passed and enacted. Do council have any questions about these three bylaws before we call the question? There might have been a question on the first one about who are these additional municipal law enforcement officers? Y'all good? Okie dokie. All in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. And that moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Bald, that bylaw 2023-67 being a bylaw to adopt the proceedings of regular council meeting of closed session held December 6, 2023 be passed and enacted. All those in favor? Any opposed? It's our last one of the night and the last one of the year. Moved by Councillor Prost and moved by second by Councillor Meredith that this regular meeting of council with closed session adjourn at 10:24 p.m. All those in favor? That is carried. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, everybody, and we will see you in the new year. And thanks for bearing with us.